You're back again, Charlie. Guys, I hope you're doing amazing. I am super excited. I'm currently in Durban, South Africa. Guys, South Africa has been on my list. It's amazing how like you create content and you're like, oh, are people even going to watch? It's amazing that people are actually watching me and eyes are on me. Like, guys, I feel super blessed. Like, I literally want to cry right now. We got here yesterday and it's been so surreal. Guess what? Your girl has a tag! What? Guys, so I tweeted something yesterday and I said, if this isn't God, I don't know what else it is. So let me give you guys a backstory, right? I sincerely want to cry. I hope I don't tear up. I sincerely hope I don't tear up. So I received a DM on Instagram from a rep and she was like, oh, hi, I want to send you an email. And I just responded. I was like, okay, here's my email. And she sent me an email and she's like, oh, you've been selected as one of the few content creators to come experience Africa's travel in Durban 2022. So initially when the email came, I was like, oh, maybe it's a scam. But after all, what do you lose? Let me follow up. I followed up and boom, I am in South Africa. Thank you so much, South African Tourism Board. Thank you so much, Africa's in Durban, like Travel in Durban. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Travel SA for this opportunity. It's amazing that I am the only female travel vlogger that has been invited. In fact, we are two. It's me and Wedembaya. Like, who would have thought? Like, I'm out of words. I'm sincerely very happy, and thanks so much for the opportunity. I also want to say that this is just the beginning to greater things to come. I'm so happy. I want to cry right now. So let's talk about how I had the visa before coming to South Africa. So Ghanaians require visa from Ghana to South Africa, so I applied through the VFS. She sent me an invitation, my ticket and other documents which I attached, paid an amount of 300 and something, 340 cedis at the VFS office. Then I applied. So after a week, they sent me a text that my passport was ready for pickup. I went and boom, I have the South African visa. So that's how I was able to get the South African visa here. After today, I'm going to be sharing with you amazing videos from South Africa, to be precise, Durban. I'm really happy. I've been smiling, like my cheeks even hurt out of smiling. Like, God has been good. If this isn't God, like, what else and to you all that support me, I want to say thank you so much. I'm super excited. So let's rewind how the whole trip started from yesterday. Let's go right into the video. Guys, I'm super excited. Guys, I haven't been to the airport to see this crowd, and guys, like everywhere is busy. I'm super excited. I am going to South Africa for the very first time, and of course you all are coming along. I can't travel without you. You know, you're my best friend. You know, you're my sweetheart. You're my partner. You're my... Oh, Charlie. So, let's go. I'm here. I came very early. The flight is at 10:50 and check-in ends at 9:50. So, I'm here early. It's 7:35 and I'm going to check in. I was hoping to get more pictures, like with nobody in the background, but It looks like I have to do with what I have. Everybody is traveling. Where are you all going? Like, where are you all going? So yeah, about to check in and take you along. So let's go. Guess who I saw?
Coming, yeah.
So, you know the funny thing, when the list came in, and because he usually uses Wodemaya, I had forgotten his name. He's called Akon. So I look at the name and I was like, Akon, who is Akon?
It's Wodemaya.
And I'm like, I know Akon, but I didn't know the bed code, not knowing that that's his real name.
You're exposing me, eh?
So if you all want to know his real name, he's called Berthold Akon.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's part of the theme, and I'm super excited. Are you excited?
Of course, I'm excited. You know why? Because I'm traveling Stella Chanelli. The energy alone on this trip.
I will transfer my energy a little bit to you.
Please do so.
Yes.
What am I? It's a celebrity.
This is the first time I came to Ghana. Also, in your inspiration, I'm making documentaries about
I'm sure with the Maya is so used to this now. So the immigration is really packed. Like we are in a very long queue, and yeah, Steven, say hi to Steven. Steven is Wodemaya's videographer and editor.
What's up, everyone? This is Stickers.
So yeah, this trip is really going to be fun because the whole crew is on this trip, and I'm super excited you all are coming along. So they just gave us socks, toothbrush, and Pepsodent or something. Yeah. About to start the trip on all. It's currently very cold here, and so we're about to set off. And of course, you guys are coming along. It's now 10:35. We should leave in the next 10 minutes, and yeah, I'm super excited. It's my first time. Here, super excited. Good weather. I'm sure it's about 6 a.m. now. I'm super excited. So the final destination is Durban. So we're going to pick our baggage and head to the domestic. Yay! I'm sure you can tell from my face I had been sleeping, but I had just like 3 hours, 4 hours sleep. And yeah, Maya is way behind there. How was the trip?
It was very good, but it's so funny. The moment we sat in the plane, I started sleeping. I didn't eat, I didn't drink any water. The last thing that I heard was, we are about to land. Can you take off your clothes and put it under the seat?
Look at him, and the way the aircraft was so cold, he didn't even carry what's it called, a jacket.
No jacket.
Yeah, but this is how it looks like from here. Here is nice. This is how it looks like from here. I think their airport is beautiful. I'm waiting for Maya. Maya is like way behind. So yeah, this is a good welcome, and I'm super excited. Like anything that has got to do with like traveling, airports. Well, people say they don't like traveling, they don't like the airports, but I love it. Like the mere fact that you are seeing a new country, the mere fact that you are seeing somewhere different alone is like, it's exciting. And the fact that I am here invited, wow, like who would have thought? Like I literally want to cry right now. because I'm really, really, really happy and I'm blessed, and I want to say a big thank you to our hosts, and I'm super excited. Yeah, so let's go. As soon as I settle down, I'll give you food. This airport is one of the busiest airports in Africa and also one of the biggest, so I can understand. We've been walking. We have still not gotten to our gate, our domestic gate. Wow.
Yeah.
How many times have you been here?
This is the third time I'm using this airport.
And how does it feel being back?
Nostalgia. South Africa always lives in my heart. And anytime I come here, it feels good to be back in SA, man. It's just that I'm hoping that they'll give me good food, not pap and pap and meat.
So if you don't know who Wademaya is, please just head to his channel right now. Yeah, head to his channel.
Yeah, man, how are you?
You see, just when I mentioned his name, somebody recognized him because he's wearing a nose mask. So if you don't know who he is, please head to his channel. He's doing amazing, and we are going to be together the entire trip. So I'm super excited you all are coming along. We are about to board. The airport is really big, and I must say I'm really impressed. So we are about boarding to Durban. To explore the city with you all. So they have arranged a pickup for us, so I'm sure our names will be there. We are yet to meet them and leave to the town to see what Durban is. This feels surreal. Thank you so much, South African tourism. Thank you so much, SA. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to experience everything. Like, guys, I'm taking you I'm sharing every bit of everything with you. I'm not leaving anything behind, because this one dear.
The sun was cold when we get here, and
it's very warm.
Hot, nice and hot.
Yeah.
So.
Meet AJ, say hi.
Hi.
Yeah, and it's very hot now. I think it's time to remove my jacket. We're currently here about to have lunch, and the place is called Secos. And of course, you guys, you know I said I was going to take you everywhere. This is my passion fruit.
Like banana with peanut butter.
Does it taste good?
Very good.
And this is your meal. Yours came earlier. Oh, this is nice.
It looks nice.
It's
I hope it tastes.
Cheers. Cheers. So this is my meal. I'm having prawns with mashed potatoes. And this is... So far, my meal was a good choice. Like, I don't regret it at all. This is really good, especially when I added the lemon to the prawns. It gives it a different unique taste. Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. While here, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So my friend and I decided to celebrate her birthday in Cote d'Ivoire, so we plan to stay for 8 days. In this vlog is a summary of all our experiences from cost to the entire stay in Cote d'Ivoire. I hope you enjoy watching this video with us. Let's go right into the video. So let's start with the flights. The flight cost us $410, which we bought about 3 weeks before the travel day. So the weather is clear and yeah, this is him. We have company. I mean, it's good to have mates. Oh, Jonathan!
Hello.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for picking us. Our friend from uni called Jonathan, who lives in Cote d'Ivoire, picked us up from the airport.
Tell everything about Abidjan. Everything we should know.
Everything, there is a lot of things to say about Abidjan, but the most beautiful things here is like we're free, there is a lot of space to enjoy, food, the venue.
Oh, I can't wait to try the food.
Everything that you can imagine.
Yep. So we had drinks together and ended up at a place called Glucose, where we had some good acheket and tilapia with fried plantain called aloko here. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Cheers to the good life.
Okay, so yeah, this is very close to like Star Beer in Ghana, and it's good. It's not so sour, it's sweet and sour at the same time. This is good. So Celia and the family are serving us with this delicious meal.
Charlie, if people will blow to.
This is how they'll be overfeeding us here in Abidjan.
Yes, sure.
The second day, we woke up very early to hike the forest in the middle of the city.
Say hi.
Hi, Sydney.
Hi, guys.
So, Sydney, where have you brought me to?
This is Parc National du Banco, Abidjan.
Okay.
We just about starting our hike.
We are going hiking today.
We're gonna do 20 kilometers of hike. Someone is gonna have their walking.
I'm super excited. Guys, I'm so happy I met someone here who lives here and he brought us to this place. He picked us from our Airbnb and I'm super excited. I mean, I'm going hiking here and at least you get to feel something different here in Abidjan. The weather is a little calm, it's a little cloudy. I pray it doesn't rain. I'm super excited. You all are coming along. You're coming along. What happened? What happened? What did he say? Thank you. You don't see it. So I didn't come with hiking shoes, so he got me some running shoes. Oh, Sydney, thank you so much. That's so cute of you. So yeah, we're about to go and you guys are coming along. This forest is called the Parc National du Blanco. We hiked together with Sydney and his friends. We had an amazing time. The only thing is we hiked for about 11 kilometers, which was really stressful for a trip like this, but it was worth it. Whoa, they are so huge. You can show them.
Okay, another one. Wow. On 3. Are you ready? Yes. Ready?
No wonder they are big. They get
ready
bread every time.
1, 2, 3.
This guy tried to kill me today. Hey, how many kilometers have we done? Check.
Guys,
About 11 kilometers.
Started more than what?
We've done about 11 kilometers.
11 kilometers, guys. If you know what 11 kilometers is, you understand the pain I've gone through. This guy tried to kill us, but then we didn't die. We ended with a beautiful view of seeing this big catfish. I've never seen this catfish this big. The ones we eat in Accra are usually very small, so it's beautiful. Sydney, even though you tried to kill me, thanks for bringing us here.
welcome.
Yeah. We ended up having a chicken in fish just like we had yesterday, and it was so good. We paid for the drinks, which cost us about 4,000.
Compare this to the one you had the last time.
And picked an Uber home, which cost us about 400 CFA. This is how our Airbnb looks like. It cost us $65 per night to stay here. Our host was amazing. He bought us pizza and drinks. He really had a conversation with us and made us feel at home. This is the entrance, and our Airbnb host is Moroccan. He's from Morocco. So when you come, you take off your shoes. That explains why the shoes are outside here. And this is how it looks like from here. I really like the space. This is how it looks like. That's a small balcony overlooking Cote d'Ivoire. I like the fact that everywhere you pass in Abidjan has water, as you can see from the top here. That's how it looks like, and yeah, I've really enjoyed my time here. This is how the hall looks like from the small balcony. Yeah, let's go to the kitchen. So when we came, he said we could take anything we want, and I think that's so sweet of him. He got us pizza yesterday. This is how it looks, and he literally has everything. So he also mentioned that whenever we needed to wash our clothes, there's a laundry person here. So yeah, here has been so comfortable. Like the fridge is even stocked like with stuff. The only thing we bought was oranges yesterday, which we haven't. I don't know what we are going to do with it. The space looks like I've really had a good time here. And yesterday we were here chatting with the Airbnb host. He was so sweet. Like, I really like him. Anytime you come to Abidjan and you want to spend some time here, I will gladly recommend this place. Look at my bag. I've packed. What do you think about this place?
You tell me now, today is my birthday. Anyway.
By the time they watch it, it's past.
Okay. So, this place is very nice. We highly recommend 5 stars.
Yeah.
The host is very sweet, and the space is nice. It's in a quiet neighborhood. No noise, no
It's
bars
very easy to locate. With Yango. Since I came, we've been using Yango because Yango is like very common. The next day, which is day 3, we woke up to pick a bus to Yamoussoukro, where we wanted to see the biggest church in the world. So we picked the Uber from an Airbnb, which cost us about 700 CFA to Yamoussoukro. We got to Yamoussoukro and paid about 4,000 CFA each for the bus to Yamoussoukro, but we had to wait for about an hour before getting the bus to Yamoussoukro. On arrival at Yamoussoukro, we picked a loading taxi which cost us about 500 CFA. The name of this biggest church in the world is called the Basilica of Our Lady of Peace of Yamoussoukro. Before the tour, we paid about 2,000 CFA each. Locals pay 1,000 CFA each. Before the trip back to Abidjan, we tried some local meal in Yamoussoukro. We tried their local sandwich and their hard bread, which was really delicious and different from the ones we have in Ghana, which everything should cost us around 700 CFA. So later that evening, our friend invited us for dinner, so we didn't have to pay for dinner. We had an amazing time here. My friend's birthday, and we decided to spend the night in Assini, which is a popular destination in Cote d'Ivoire. So we are currently in an Uber going to Assini, which is very, very expensive. This is how much it costs. And usually they said that if you go to Assini, you won't get anybody coming back, so we have to pay double the price. So Jonathan, our friend, spoke to him in French. We just called him, and then we've negotiated to add extra 10,000 to his fare, making 32,000. So yeah, that's the situation now. We are going to Assini, and I'm super excited because today is this beautiful one's birthday, and obviously we need comfort. Going by bus is a little tedious because we have to pass through 3 towns before we get to Assini, according to my friend, and so that's how come we are paying this much to go to Assini. But the Uber is very comfortable, so I'll share with you how the journey goes. So we had an invitation to Akula, which does this brunch on Sunday, so we were invited, so we went there, so we didn't have to pay for anything. The experience here was really amazing. Really had a good time. Good food, good people, great experience. I would highly recommend you come to Akula whenever you're around on Sundays. So we ended up at our hotel, which is called the Kasana village. Picked a taxi to the Kasana village. So guys, we came to this village at Assini, and everybody here speaks Tree, just like in Ghana. Bra. Baba Kabibi. Oh, brala. Oh, ferry. Oh, bra. Oh, bra. Bra. Baba Kabibi Shem. Bra.
What do you say? Anything, I want my work to what will go to in one share? Kasana or two. So there's one on this one.
So everybody speaks Tree here, and they said some parts of their tribe is from Ghana. Inti village how your friend has saying Muamin inti aha amwani na like Ghana for them wa
Ghana for in French for yeah have friend of Budlabe
inti muka French.
Oh, okay, French.
Oh, okay. Wow, this is interesting. Like, these are the things that you get to see when you travel, and I'm super excited that at least people are like understand my language, because since we came here we've been having difficulty communicating, and it feels good. Like, all of them look Ghanaian, they speak French, they speak Intimoka Ibeso Anguna. Okay. So I was asking them if they speak Ewe too, but they said no, they speak Anguna and Twi and French. Yeah, yeah, this is really, really interesting.
I feel like home. I feel like home. Nobody
Yeah. So wow, this is interesting. We ended up at the Kasana village, which cost us 60,000 CFA, which is close to about $100 a night. We had a good time. I hope if you missed that video, go back, watch the full video on my channel. Come back and share your thoughts on that video. We really had a good time. We wanted to explore Grand-Bassam because everybody talked about Grand-Bassam. So we wanted to explore Grand-Bassam before going back to Abidjan. So we moved to Grand-Bassam the next day and we decided to find a place to stay. And we were fortunate while leaving the Kasana village, which is in Assini. The hotel staff were actually going to Grand-Bassam, so we didn't have to pay for transportation. We had a lift in their pickup from Kasana village to Grand-Bassam. So we are currently on our way to the bus station, and the hotel pickup is taking us there. So we are so fortunate. This is how it looks from here. So we are like in the village of Assini. We are going to the bus station to pick a vehicle to Bassam. So let's go, guys. So we are currently at Bassam, and yeah, so he dropped us here. We're about to pack our stuff and get a taxi. We are very spontaneous. Can you imagine that we are here, we don't even know where to stay? Since we have internet, we are going to book an Airbnb or find a cheap accommodation because we don't intend spending a lot of money. Where we slept earlier on, we spent a lot of money. Like we spent close to $100 on accommodation. So we want to get somewhere to stay, and yeah, let's see how it goes. Really, this is our small bag. We left our big bag in Messi. Say something.
Messi.
Yeah. So he doesn't speak English. We've gotten a taxi here. He just stopped the taxi for us, and we are going to figure ourselves out. So of course you guys are coming along, so let's go. While on our way, I had a minor injury. We stopped to get some medication. The medication cost me about 12,000 CFA. So while searching for a place to stay in Grand-Bassam, it was so difficult to get a place. So we came to Elot du Sud. The first hotel we went to was full. Then we came to this place, and then their leased room cost about 50,000, which is close to $92, and it was way beyond our budget because we just want a place to spend the night. So we have a booking on Airbnb, but then he has given us another option which is called Akayam K. So we are about to go to that hotel, which costs about 20,000 CFA. So we are going there. We are waiting for the taxi driver. We took his number. So one thing we usually used to do is to take taxis, like phone numbers of taxis, so that whenever we are having difficulty like this, we can always call him. So we are waiting for him. He said he's coming, then we can go. Yeah. So our taxi rounds cost us about 12,000 CFA. So This is the apartment we finally ended up. It's quite okay to spend the night. Most of the hotels we were going say they don't do two sexes, 2 girls in one room. They don't accept 2 males in one room. So we spoke to the driver who brought us for other options, and we also booked an Airbnb, but he showed us this place, so we didn't book the Airbnb again. So we opted for this place. So are you okay, Millie?
I don't sleep.
We are both tired. We'll just go get some street food and sleep. So this is where we slept last night, and we are leaving. We booked a Yango. It's a 4x4. How amazing! So this is us.
Okay. We close the door.
Bye bye, merci. So we are going. Can I see the front system around? Yeah. This is our Yango. Hello, good morning. How are you? Our Yango driver speaks English. This is nice. The next morning, we picked an Uber, which cost us about 600 CFA to explore Grand-Bassam. The whole toll and transportation was about 8,000 CFA for both of us, and we ended up having a bougie lunch at Cote, which cost us 30,000 CFA on meal. So I think it's expensive, but for the experience, I think it's worth it. The aesthetics of the place is nice, the ambience, the music, the whole experience with the cocktail in the watermelon. The whole watermelon and the whole pineapple was really an amazing. I shared my experience on YouTube. It's still up on my channel. If you missed it, please go back, check it, and let me know what you think about the place. Is it overly priced? Is it too expensive? Let me know in the comment section. So this is how much we spent at the Coco Grill. This is quite expensive, 27,500. So after the whole experience at Grand-Bassam, we picked an Uber back to Abidjan, which cost us about 8,000 CFA. While we arrived in Abidjan, we went back to the same Airbnb we spent the night there. We decided to spend the final night here in Abidjan, which cost us about $65 for that night. We are back to our Airbnb. We're back to the same place we started from in Abidjan, which is another room. So we are going to BBR. I don't know if you guys remember this place. When I came, this was the first place Jonathan brought us, and we're about to take the boat from here to So this is going to be my last night here in Abidjan. And Jonathan, say hi.
I don't think so because we are not in mangoes.
And Celia, say hi. Celia, listen to me. Say hi.
Hello.
Celia is the wife of Mr. Jonathan,
Our baby boy, and our baby girl.
Look at his wife. 8 days in all, and we spent about $850 each over a decade, which is over 10 years. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. I hope if you missed any video on my YouTube channel, please head back, check it out, and let me know what you think. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all and thank you so much for the love and support. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say Meda say I love you. Bye. So guys, we are finally here waiting for our luggage. This wedding will be made easy. Yeah.
Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri, your host with the most, here on Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back to another week, another episode of Diaspora Link. I am so excited about today's guest. I'm so excited for you to hear his story. I'm so excited for you to be inspired as I've been inspired by his story. Let's get into the interview. Let's meet our guest. I'm not even going to tell you his name. Let's just dive in. We are back with this week's episode of Diaspora Link with my guest, Dr. Anthony Witherspoon. And as we do on every episode, we're going to start off and get to know a little bit about Dr. Witherspoon and find out what some of his choices are. So, welcome.
Welcome.
I'm really excited, man. I'm really excited. So, this is called choices. Really simple.
Sure.
I'm going to give you 5 choices.
Okay.
You pick one and then tell me why.
Okay.
All right. So, Mississippi versus Accra.
Accra.
Accra over Mississippi. Why?
Yeah. Because once I found out that this is my ancestral home by way of DNA results, it was the only city that could top Mississippi. Let me
okay.
Say, only place.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Basketball versus football.
Football.
Football. Why football over basketball?
Because I played football myself in high school. I have my youngest born, my last born. He's a football player.
Okay.
And so we're a football family.
A football family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. American football.
American football.
I gotta make sure I get that.
That here.
American.
All right. How about this? How about a traditional Mississippi Sunday dinner versus a complete Ghanaian meal? Fufu, banku, light soup. Which one?
You really wrong for that.
I'm definitely wrong.
Oh God, man. I'm gonna say because Mississippi, I'm vegetarian, so I can get closer to a healthier meal here in Ghana.
Really?
Yeah.
You've been vegetarian for a long time?
26 years.
Okay, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. Okay. Now, Accra or Kumasi?
Man, you're wrong again, man. That's Kumasi.
Kumasi. Okay.
Yeah.
Why Kumasi over Accra?
Kumasi at the time, for right now. Because right now one of my greatest missions is to learn a lot more about my ancestry.
Okay.
And I think Kumasi provides the place and the space for that to happen. Accra, of course, is everything is in Accra.
Right.
I love Accra.
I'm gonna add one more. A traditional American suit versus a kaftan.
Kaftan.
You prefer kaftan?
Yeah, man. I got about 100 different plans I've drawn up for kaftans, man. So yeah,
you ready
no
now?
doubt.
You
I'm
ready? Okay, thank you. As you know, we play choices because we believe our choices do not have to separate us or divide us. Even though we may all make different choices, our choices should bring us closer together as opposed to push us further apart. So now we're going to find out about Dr. Witherspoon's top 5. All right.
Okay.
Top 5. This is our way of getting to know. So
Sure.
I'm going to give you 5 choices, and I just want you to choose one. It could
Okay.
be your best, your favorite, or whatever comes to your mind.
Okay.
Give me your favorite book, or a book that just sticks out, that's made a really big impact in your life.
Yeah, Destruction of a Black Civilization, Dr. Chancellor L. Williams.
Yeah. The Destruction of Black Civilization, Dr. Chancellor Williams. If you haven't read that book,
Yeah,
do yourself some justice and go get that book.
absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Top book. All right. Favorite sport? You said that a little
Yeah.
bit, but is it football?
Yeah, football is the favorite.
Football is the favorite across all.
Yeah,
And
it
what's
is.
coming second?
Basketball.
Okay.
Yeah,
Basketball.
yeah.
All right. Got it. Your favorite place to vacation? It could be a place that you've already been, or a place that you want to go. And I'm talking vacation.
Yeah,
Like where
gotcha.
you and your family go and
Gotcha.
veg out.
My family would kill me if I said any place other than Zanzibar. Yeah.
That's your favorite place, Zanzibar,
man, Zanzibar
Tanzania.
is beautiful. It's like a paradise. Yeah,
Got you.
Zanzibar has to be the place.
Zanzibar. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Next, for your top 5, I'd like for you to give me your favorite musical artist. If you had to choose one musical artist across all genres, now it could be one artist.
Yeah. Bob Marley. Hands
Bob
down.
Marley, hands down. Why did I knew you were
Hands
going?
down.
Somehow
Yeah.
I knew Bob Marley was going to be your choice.
Yeah, hands down.
Hands down,
Yeah.
Bob Marley.
Yeah,
Okay.
no doubt.
All right.
Okay.
All right. The last one is your favorite food. So if you had to pick one food, it could be a dish like sweet
Sure.
potato pie,
Sure.
or it could be a kind of food like soul food.
Sure.
What would you choose?
That's got to be vegetable curry and rice.
Vegetable
Ghana rice.
curry and rice.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Vegetable curry and rice. Yeah. Across
Got
the
you.
board, man. That's it.
Thank you. So, again, as we begin to travel throughout the world, specifically the Black diaspora, and we begin to meet each other and talk about how and work towards building these bridges, finding out somebody's top 5 is an easy, fun way to get to know each other. So now, let's dive into this interview, which I am extremely excited about.
Great things, yeah, around the world.
So let's dive into this. We got a lot to talk about in this 1 hour. So the last time I saw you was 2019,
That's right.
and we did a humongous trip with the NAACP, about 255 people in one plane.
Right.
You were a part of that group.
That's right.
And the last time I saw you, you were Dr. Anthony Witherspoon. And now you are Dr.
Dr. Kofi Chini Asasia.
Dr. Kofi Chini Asasia.
Absolutely.
Now, that's a big change in a few years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're going to get to where we are now, but tell us where you're from, a little bit about your background.
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Magnolia, Mississippi, which is an hour north of New Orleans, Louisiana. It actually is situated on the Louisiana border.
Okay.
And it's an hour south of Jackson, Mississippi, the capital, and an hour northeast of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, you know. And I was born and raised there to parents who, double parent household. My father was a pastor. He was a businessman. He had his own car dealership. In fact, the first black car dealership in the state of Mississippi, and used car dealership. And he was also the first black elected official in that county. In 1975, he was elected to the city council.
Shouts out to 1975. That was a good year to be born. Ask me
yeah.
how I know.
Yeah, so they were great parents that provided for me and my other 5 siblings who were much older than I am. The youngest sibling, my brother, is 12 years older than I. So I almost grew up in the house by myself, even though I had 5 siblings. Everybody was gone out of the house, and they were like mothers and fathers to me. They would give me a spanking and a heartbeat if they saw me doing something wrong. So I had to watch out for mom and dad. Then I had to watch out for big sis and big brother.
Now, there are some people watching who
Sure.
may have heard of Mississippi, and most time we heard of the Mississippi Freedom Rides.
Sure.
Only time most people heard of Mississippi is when we talk about the civil rights, we talk about the Ku Klux Klan,
Right.
racism and all that down south. Give
Right.
us an idea of what it was like, you know, growing up in Mississippi and just the environment at that time.
Yeah, so Mississippi is definitely everything that people probably have heard about in terms of the civil rights and in terms of the racial divide in Mississippi. It is real, and it still exists today. Coming up, I was born in 1970, so I got you by 5 years, Diallo.
Yes,
so
sir.
I can give a little more history, right?
There we go.
Very little. But even when I was coming up in elementary school and high school, it was a segregated community. It was segregated, even though the desegregation, the court passed desegregation in 1955, actually 1954. But it took Mississippi like 1970 before the government had to force integration into the schools upon Mississippi schools, public schools. And shortly thereafter, the forced integration, they began building private academies for the white children to go to school. So I grew up in that type of climate where blacks dealt with blacks, white dealt with whites. There were a lot of black businesses during that time, but today we see the decline of that because after integration, a lot of blacks felt that they felt like they were more assimilated if they could do business across, as we say, across the track.
Across the track.
Of the neighborhoods, right?
With white
people,
communities,
right?
with white people.
So that led to the decline of black businesses and the black
Let me
community.
ask you a question. This is a straight up question.
Sure.
And this, we're not going to let you explain it too much,
Yeah,
but just
no doubt.
flat out, do you think that integration as it happened was more or less beneficial for black people?
It was less beneficial, in my opinion.
Okay.
For black people, because as I traveled through, like I live in West Adenta now, right, North Legon, and what I see in West Adenta is reflective of what I saw. It kind of brings back childhood memories when I see black people with their own businesses and shops and everything, right? I remember that vaguely when I was a child, but as integration progressed, you know, through the years, I saw less and less of black businesses in the black neighborhoods. I saw other nationalities and other people providing for black people what we should have been providing for ourselves.
Understood.
Yeah.
So tell me, like, what school did you go to? You do elementary, middle school, high school, everything in Mississippi?
Yeah, I did everything in Mississippi. From
Shouts out
elementary.
to school. Shouts out to elementary school.
Yeah, Eva Gordon Elementary School. Shouts out to Eva Gordon Elementary.
Gordon in your middle
South
school.
Pike High School
South
and Junior
Pike
High School.
Junior High School.
Shouts out to the 205 is what we call it.
The
nickname.
205.
Yeah.
Do you remember your favorite high school teacher? The name?
My favorite high school teacher, yes, she passed. Her name was Miss Dorothy Dillon.
Shouts out to Miss Dorothy Dillon,
Yeah.
because I know you had an effect on this young man.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So you mentioned your father being a pastor and a businessman, so I'm sure he was serious about education.
Hold on, I got to go back to the HBCU. Shouts
Oh.
out to Jackson State University.
Oh, Jackson State.
Yeah,
Y'all got prime
yeah.
time right now.
Absolutely.
Y'all
And
doing
Coach
something.
Dion, right?
Yeah. Okay, Jackson
Yeah.
State. So that was undergrad.
That was undergrad.
And graduate school?
No, I'm sorry. That was undergrad was our rival, Alcorn State University.
Okay.
Yeah. I was a bad kid, so I kind of got kicked out of Alcorn.
You got kicked out of
Yeah, I
Alcorn
did.
and then moved to?
So I actually had a period where I had to go back to school as an adult, right?
Okay.
So I ended up going to PWI.
Okay.
And then later.
What school was that?
Belhaven University.
Okay. So Alcorn State,
yeah.
you got kicked out.
Yeah.
Went to Belhaven.
Yeah, finished my bachelor's and my master's at Belhaven.
At Belhaven.
And then finished my doctorate, PhD at Jackson
And you came
State
back
University.
to Jackson
To
to
the
get your
HBCU.
doctorate. Oh, no, this is
Absolutely.
a story because I know where you are now, so
Yeah.
it's really good to hear and see. And I always hope that when people hear stories like yours,
Sure.
it gives them a little bit more faith and courage not to give up on young people today.
That's right. I
Right?
agree.
Because we both know that getting kicked out of Alcorn State, somebody had to give you a chance. Somebody was in your ear. Somebody spoke to you. Somebody kept faith in you, right? To help you get to where you are today to go back and complete your doctorate. And it's a lot of young people that people may give up on because they make mistakes. So I think it's important. So, okay, you went through school. Now talk to me just a little bit about your family life. I know you're married.
Yeah. Okay. So my wife, I met my wife when I was 19 years old. I lied to her. I told her I was 21 because she was, she was 21, and I thought she was like, she was in college and I'm just getting out of high school, and I'm like, man, she was like, how old are you? I'm like, 21. I thought she would catch on because I had to think about it. Right?
She didn't catch on.
She didn't catch on.
When did she finally find out?
It was probably about a year or so later.
Okay. You had already put your time in. You had already dropped the anchor, so you was good.
I did my thing, right? And so my wife, Tammy, we've been together since 1990, so we've been together for 32 years.
Wow.
And we've been,
congratulations.
Yeah, remember I was 19, so she's basically been there my whole adult life, right? We have 2 children. Amani is the younger, Anthony Senior, which I renamed my kids, of course, Ghanaian names, Kojo and Kwame.
Okay.
And have 2 great kids there. My wife is former state senator.
Okay.
And now she serves as the current mayor of the city of Magnolia, which I'm the former mayor.
Right. So because I'm glad you said that. So it's not often you find somebody who was a mayor and then their spouse was also a mayor. Talk about your choice for public administration. Like, what led you? I know you mentioned that your father was also selected official. Right. So was that just you falling in line, or? Yeah,
my father had a huge influence on me in my life. I always looked up to my father because I saw him as a trailblazer for someone who can accomplish opening up a business as large as a car dealership in 1965.
In Mississippi?
In Mississippi, and black people just got the right to vote in 1965. And he was doing some tremendous, hurdling of obstacles. So to see that, and then to see him be the first black elected official, to see him provide for his wife and his 6 children without looking for a paycheck, from other folks, he provided for us himself. He was a great role model, not just a father, but a great role model as a business person, as a community person, civil rights activist. So I was blessed. I was blessed to have in my home as someone that you couldn't help but look up to, and he was very influential on my decision making.
So, and how long were you mayor?
I was mayor for 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah.
You were mayor for 7 years, and I know that you resigned in your last term to move to Ghana. You resigned as mayor. Now, most people, that's a. I'm gonna just shake your hand on that. That's a true commitment to resign as mayor, because as a mayor, you have some level of power. You have some level of influence, right? Even in a small city.
Right.
So you resigned, and then your wife became your successor.
Right. I was mayor of the city. I was also president of the Mississippi Conference of Black Mayors, which is elected by 80 mayors across the state of Mississippi. And it's the largest conference in the United States of black mayors. So, and at that time my wife was a state senator. So, I had a lot of people that were kind of disappointed in that decision. But my decision was a result of being led by the ancestors. That spirit to leave, that spirit to encourage my people that it's time to exit us and come back home and join with our brothers and sisters and rebuild Africa was a spirit that had been on me since my youth.
Wow.
To be honest, my first exposure to Ghana was through a friend of the family. My mother and father had a friend who was an educator, Miss Essie Jackson, peace be upon her. She was an educator who left America to come and volunteer and as a teacher here in Ghana. And this was like in the early 70s. And every time she would come home, she would always tell me stories about Ghana, right? And so her contributions and her teaching me about our ancestral past, and we are our ancestors, made me always try to communicate with that ancestral lineage in our DNA. So I've always had the spirit of the ancestors guiding me, but it intensified during this time, right?
Okay, hold on. So we're going to come right back, and now this is a perfect bridge and segue to talk about how you got to Ghana and what it is that you're doing here. We're going to be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. And we are back. I know you're enjoying this conversation because I'm enjoying this conversation. So let's pick back up where we left off.
Sure.
You are mayor of Magnolia, Mississippi, and 6 months into your last term, you resign and say, I'm going back to Africa.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I mentioned earlier that your first time here on the continent, you came here in 2019 with the NAACP, right? Talk to us a little bit about the roles and the positions you served in the NAACP, how the what effect being with in the NAACP had on your, decisions in terms of leadership, community impact, and then bring us to you, talk a little bit about your trip in 2019, and then you just making a decision to, because I remember you told me, you said, bro, I'm coming back. But you came back.
Yeah. Absolutely. And first, before I even say anything, let me thank you, and you and the Adinkra Group, your staff, for facilitating that trip in 2019.
Thank you.
The Jamestown campaign with the NAACP and the Year of Return. You made a you're a huge contributor to my story, right? Because that was my first time on the continent, so when I tell this story, I can't leave out Diallo Sumbri, right?
Appreciate it.
And but congratulations on the success of that, and to Ghana for the success too of the campaign. With the NAACP, I was glad that my good friend Derek Johnson, who's the president of the organization, who served with me as president when I was vice president of the Mississippi chapter, I'm glad that he saw the importance of us making the trip and coming back. That was very impactful for me. It was my first trip back. We have been doing all of this fighting and civil rights organization through the NAACP for equity and equality. And literally when I came back and I saw the airports, I saw the black people in military, in charge of the military, I saw the black president, Nana Akufo-Addo, I saw black businesses, black pilots, black doctors and hospitals. I had to question myself. I asked Derek, the president, I said, man, why are we over there fighting for what we already have here? Right? And so that question throughout the trip, as you asked me about the NAACP and my positions and leadership with that organization and how visiting here impacted things. The other thing was the trip to the W.E.B. Du Bois Center and us paying homage to his home and to his gravesite, which was the founder of the NAACP. Yep. Right? But it was also my frat brother.
I was going to say, go ahead and shout out your fraternity.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So people don't get it confused.
This guy got to put the camera on those cufflinks. You know, these are some terrible cufflinks, right? They got an Omega sign on it, right? The guy made one bad decision in life, and that was his fraternity organization, right? Bad decision.
Haters are everywhere. Haters are everywhere. Don't
he
worry
should have
about
chose Alpha Phi Alpha. W.E.B. Du Bois, of course, you know, was an Alpha. So some of the brothers on the trip were Alpha men's as well. So even when I looked at that, going to the W.E.B. Du Bois Center, I said, here's a guy who was the first black PhD from Harvard University, right? One of the founders of the NAACP, one of the most renowned historian, civil rights activist, and scholar in black America. And he made a decision to come back home and never return to America and was buried here. Yep. I turned to my brother again, Derek, and I said, Derek, man, you know, even W.E.B. Du Bois said, you know. So it got to a point where I said, you know, Mississippi, as I said, I was president of the Mississippi Conference of Black Mayors, 80 black mayors. There's nowhere a state in the United States that has as many black mayors, right? And in fact, there's no other state that has more black elected officials than Mississippi. But Mississippi is a state where black people are in worse conditions, socioeconomic conditions, than any other state. So what it told me was that our empowerment is not in politics, right? And I can say that. I sat in the seat of mayor for 7 years while my wife was sitting as a state senator. We got a lot of things accomplished in the city, yeah, but, you know, is that the way? And I've always been a Bob Marley fan, studied the Bible. My father being a pastor, studying with different groups, Hebrew Israelites and other different groups. I knew about the 400-year prophecy, right, to Abraham. And I knew that we had studied, you know, in America, that the first slave ship, recorded slave ship, landed in Virginia in 1619. So the significance of the year of return being in 2019 had a little more impact for me, having the knowledge that I had. And I said, you know, not only the knowledge that I had, but about the 400 years of bondage, but also the knowledge that I have, the insight on leadership in Black America, being a leader in the NAACP and a mayor, an elected official. I started saying, you know, this is just not the way we're going to make it. This is a system of oppression and tyranny here in the United States. The foundation is corrupt. It was built on a corrupt foundation. We'll never get any real equity and freedom and justice out of this system. And it is truly time to return home. And that's why the ancestral spirit was on me, you know. So
you said it was on you from the time you were young.
Yeah, but it really intensified right there at the 400-year mark.
And you know what's interesting about the great historian W.E.B. Du Bois and the Souls of Black Folks, when he talks about that double veil of consciousness.
That's right.
And he also talks about how below that southern belt, the closest you get to Africa in America is down south. And there's so much familiar. So yeah, that's
true.
So now you in Ghana, because I got your message and you like, bro, I'm here. I'm like, what do you mean you here? You like, I'm here. I live in the north of Denton, North Lake Gone.
Yeah.
I moved.
Yeah.
You are working. You're doing a lot of great things here in Ghana, and you're managing, I believe, a school in Tanzania.
Yeah,
so talk to us about what you're doing here.
Yes.
On the continent.
So as it relates to private sector, my wife and I, we have a school. Significant thing about that school, 15 years ago I named that school, and it's Sankofa Academy.
Okay.
I didn't know at the time that Sankofa was even a name. I just knew it was an African name. I didn't know it was Tree. I didn't know that it was
Tree, that it came from Ghana, that you would eventually trace your ancestry through African ancestry and find out that you are a Khan.
So you see what I mean?
Your whole life is a prophecy.
So all of this stuff is like this documented. You know, you have to get business license and to do business. So yeah, 15 years ago, those business licenses said Sankofa Academy, and I didn't know I was a Khan at that time, right? And so we also have an insurance agency, Safeguard Insurance. When I decided to come back home, March 2020 was supposed to be the return trip, and of course,
you know what happened.
Yeah, you know what happened. The airports were shut down. So the only airport that was open was in Tanzania. President, peace be upon him, John Paul Magufuli, refused to shut down the country during the COVID period, and I told my wife I still got to go. And she was like, who you know in Tanzania? And I'm like, I don't know anybody, you know. And she was like, do they speak English? I was like, a few of them do. They speak Swahili. She was like, so you're going to move to Tanzania? And I was like, I got to go, you know. So I had...
And shouts out to your wife for being understanding and supportive. I'm sure, you know.
I told her, I have to go. I told her I have to go and make a way for us, right? Or as Yeshua said, I must go and prepare a place for us, right?
Right.
And so I did, and the mayor of Dar es Salaam reached out to me because we're both members of the same organization. He was contacted by our executive director of the National Conference of Black Mayors to let them, we do that cordially, to let them know that I was coming. And we hit it off well, the mayor of Dar es Salaam at the time. And everything worked well. I decided to stay there till the borders opened back up in Ghana. And that turned out to be a year and 6 months and 2 businesses later, where we opened up a partner with some Tanzania.
So you were in Tanzania for a year and 6 months?
Yeah.
Opened up 2 businesses?
Yeah.
So Ghana, Tanzania, are there other African countries that you visited since you've been on this side?
No.
Okay.
No, just Ghana and Tanzania, just flying through, passed through Kenya and Ethiopia.
All right, so what we're going to do right now is just take a small break, and we're going to play Africa in 60. This is our favorite game. With this particular game, we want you to name as many African countries as you can in 60 seconds.
In 60 seconds?
Yep. And you're not
so I got a 5-second
That's
lapse.
it, 5-second lapse, because we know it's 54, 55 countries. Can I get a timer? We ready to go? 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Okay, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Gambia, Gabon, Senegal, Nigeria, Liberia, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, Egypt, Angola, Mauritius, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, oh God, Morocco, Libya, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Congo, Uganda, Uganda, Rwanda. God, what is
Done.
going on?
No, that's 28 is good, man.
Yeah,
28
man, what's going on?
28
man?
is good because that's the way I sprung
I
it
can
on
name
you.
all of them, but
Right. You know that pressure.
Yeah,
that pressure
kills you.
adds something
Yeah.
different when that pressure's on.
Yeah, it does.
So okay, so you flew. You told you first of all. I'm going to keep saying this. You retired as mayor, right? Because that's having served. That was your second or third term.
That was my second term.
That was your second term.
It was the last 6 months of the term. You
Right. Retired. Okay, boom.
Yeah.
I'm moving to Africa.
Yeah.
You
the
wanted
last
to
6 months was strategic, so it wouldn't trigger a special election.
Okay.
We were going to have elections anyway. So.
Got you. So they was already coming. Okay. You wanted to come to Ghana.
Right.
Ghana wasn't open. We know the president, everything was shut down.
Right.
You went to Tanzania.
Right.
Stayed a year and a half in Tanzania. Opened up 2 businesses.
Yeah.
And those 2 businesses are still running today.
They're still running today.
Okay, talk to us about those 2.
So I met, through networking, I met some folks who were interested in starting a preschool. I had the experience. My doctorate is in education as well.
Okay.
So I had the experience. And we met, we sat down and we talked, and we decided to partner and open the preschool there in Dar es Salaam. It's called Paragon Academy. It's been running now for a little over a year.
Okay.
Because it was something that I almost immediately got involved in. And
it's going well?
Yeah, it's going well. Then shortly thereafter, one of the partners, very sharp young brother, he was 27 years old at the time that I met him. He had been very successful running a hedge fund, decentralized hedge fund, meaning basically that it was heavily leveraged in cryptocurrency, right?
Okay.
And so this brother did well. He had locations in South Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, and Dubai. And one of the things that he wanted to do was open a business college. And we did that. And I was a shareholder. I'm a shareholder and also president of the business college called BCM, College of Business. Our franchise course is a degree in finance. Right now, we're still going through accreditation. We have all the business
This is in Tanzania?
license. Yeah, this is in Dar es Salaam. But we are currently teaching and offering certificates in trade and financial markets, where we teach young people how to do not just theory but practicals as well, how to trade financial markets, being stock markets, all kind of derivatives, not cryptocurrency, I'm sorry. We teach them about cryptocurrency, but it's a little volatile market to be trading. But we do teach them how to trade Forex as well as stocks, so that they can avoid these scammers out here, right? They can, because what the young brother saw, and I agree, that you shouldn't finish college and still be looking for a job for 5-6 years after getting a degree. So we tried to take this degree and show them how they can get a degree in finance and then go out with an internet connection and with the knowledge of trading, start their own hedge fund, right? Trade for themselves or start their own hedge fund.
So when did you come to Ghana? When did you get back to Ghana?
I got back to Ghana January 17th. I was in Ghana last year.
Yeah, well,
I
from Tanzania. You were in Tanzania for a year and a half.
Tanzania, yeah.
So you came back to Ghana 2021?
2021 to visit, 2022 January to live.
To live?
Yeah.
So how long did you stay in Ghana when you came back in 2021 to visit?
Just a month.
Came for a month?
Yeah.
Did you go back to Tanzania or you went back to the U.S.?
I went back to Tanzania.
Went back to Tanzania, probably went back to the U.S.?
Yeah, I went back to the U.S. I go back to the U.S. like every 3 months.
Right. And then you came January 2022.
To stay.
And did you ship a container? Did you, or
No,
did
no,
you
no.
just brought your suitcase and said, everything I need, I'm going to find
I just sold all my stuff in Tanzania, which my partners say, oh, you got to come back. We still have stuff to do. So I have to go back there and get another apartment, and I'll be flying back and forth. But I'm here to say this will be home. This is where I have an application in for my residence permit. Hopefully the work permit later, because later I plan to register and open businesses here as well, and also wherever the opportunity may come. But the biggest thing is repatriation. I also started a tourism.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it was 3 businesses in Tanzania, a tourism company with a business partner there. I like to do the same here, or either partner, so that we can help our people who want to come back to the continent. Yeah, I think it's time.
Man, listen,
I know it's time.
This story is like, this is a really amazing story, and I didn't know this much.
Right, the whole time.
I didn't know this much before. I know
man.
we were chatting online, like after 2019 when you came, then we chatted about, you're like, hey, I'm coming, and then and I remember you sent me a message, and my WhatsApp sent the automatic response, and you like, brother, this ain't no business inquiry. I was like, oh, that was an automatic response. That's an automatic response. And you like, I'm here. I'm like, oh, wow. So, man, I really look forward to meeting your wife, you know, when she comes, and your children when they come in June. Wow. This is, like, I believe that your story will definitely be an example, especially for people, I'm going to say, that are educated at a doctorate level, at a high level, that have held political positions and positions of influence in the U.S., and who've been able to remain open to hear that ancestral calling.
Yeah,
you know, and I'm definitely going to include you in my prayers, and wishing you much success. I believe that in the future, we probably will definitely do business together. We probably will definitely become even closer comrades in this repatriation effort. And what I would love for you to do is just to provide for the people watching just one final thought, you know, from you in terms of your decision to move here and just how you found it. Right?
Yeah. So I would encourage everyone, every man and woman, to try their best to tune in to the ancestral spirits. Regardless of PhD or whatever, you know, the knowledge that we think we have, I am a firm believer that the best guidance is the guidance of our ancestors. And I think that right now the calling was even on the heart, your heart, Nana Akufo-Addo, the president, the honorable. The ancestors would quicken his spirit. He's in a position for them to use him to make that call. The call was made. I think the time is now, and that is what my mission is mostly about. It's not about so much the businesses and the investments as it is making sure that I am used by the ancestral spirits to bring our people back together. The Africans in the diaspora coming home to unite with the Africans here. It is the only way, I'm convinced, it's the only way Africa will return to its superior position on the earth, is when all the children of Africa come back home and work together to build Africa, and make sure that Africa is a breadbasket to the world, yes, but also we're actually operating the stove and the oven and making sure that the end product is produced by Africans as well. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I got to keep you here a little longer.
Sure.
One last thing. Give us one piece of advice for people move, a piece of practical advice. Like you came here, you went to Tanzania, you in Ghana. Because everybody, you had a certain body of knowledge and you heard the ancestral call, but for people who may not be familiar with Africa, maybe they never had African food, didn't meet anybody from Africa, and Africa still seems to be a very far away place.
Yeah.
What piece of practical advice could you give those people?
Just be ready to be born again, in a sense, right? You know, when we were brought up in the Christian church, we was taught about being born again. My experience is this is kind of like a journey of being born again. You can't come here with your preconceived notions. You can't come here being defiant against the cultural differences. I mean, we're all African, but we in African American society, you know, we bring a different culture that a lot of it we need to leave it there on the steps of the U.S. and or wherever we're coming from in the diaspora, and try to achieve successful integration here. And once you make that a priority, then I think the brothers and sisters here will say, okay, now what can you contribute, from there? It's a respect thing, right? You don't come here imposing your cultural beliefs and things on people, but once they see, our brothers and sisters here see that you can respect, your homeland as it is, right? Then I think it opens up a safe space for dialogue and the ability to converse about what contributions can you bring, what do you see that we may want to do differently here than what we're doing. So you have to be patient with this process of repatriation. And you also have to, in my opinion, have to want to be here just to be here, not for the investments or anything. Right?
You said it better than I've heard it said.
It's just really simple. You just got to be here because you want to be here. If you're not here because you want to be here, you probably won't be here long.
You said it the best that I've heard it said. My brother, man, I'm so glad you hit me up. I'm so glad we connected, man. I'm so glad that we are connected. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. This has been a wonderful conversation. I am completely inspired myself, and I hope that you are inspired. And I will ask that you all who are watching this interview join me collectively in making sure that we could say a prayer for this brother right here and send him our energy and our strength, that he is successful in all of his missions, and that his word and that his spirit is carried to touch others who want to do the same. Diaspora Link, thank you so much for joining us again today. Thank you so much for joining us this week on Diaspora Link, exclusively here on GhanaWeb TV. I know that you were inspired. I know that you're going to rewind and play this again because the interview was just that amazing. Dr. Kofi Asase's story is just that amazing. We want to thank him again, and we also want to continue to send our prayers and our strength for his success. We're going to end today, as we do every week, with ancestral wisdom by way of proverb. Today's proverb is, you never have to point out God to a child. I'll say that again. You never have to point out God to a child. I am Diallo Sumbri, your host, Diaspora Link, every week on GhanaWeb TV. We'll see you next week.
It's another exciting edition of Talk Attainment. As usual, I am your host, Elsie. Our guest for today is a diplomat. She loves everything Ghanaian, everything music, everything culture, everything arts. Yes, don't forget, her job here in Ghana is also to promote French culture among citizens. And that is exactly what we're about to find out, as well as more and more and more in the world of entertainment. I'll introduce my guest to you shortly after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick break. Like I said earlier, we have here a diplomat who I usually describe her as someone for the people. She's liberal. She's down to earth. That's how I describe her. So, Her Excellency Anne Sophie is here with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for having us at your beautiful residence.
Thank you. Welcome. Aquana.
Oh! And what else do you know in Ghanaian language aside Akaba?
Mania J, Semewo, and GhanaWeb.
Okay, that's a nice try. That's a nice.
For having me.
That's Chi.
That's true.
Aside Chi, which other language?
Oh, I'm already struggling with Tree. But sometimes I try, because I've come to realize that you come to Ghana, so people tell you, one of the main languages is Tree, so you try and learn Tree, and then you go to Jamestown. It's not very far from here, right? And then people speak Ga.
Yeah.
So you go to Ho or the Volta region.
Yeah.
People speak Ewe. And then you go up in the north, and people speak Hausa.
Yeah, Dagbani,
and you go, really? How can they actually communicate?
So many languages.
So many languages. It's so I'm trying to learn a bit of Tree. But yeah, it would take me probably another 20 years posting to manage to just sort of butcher other Ghanaian languages.
Let's come to music. What were some of the sounds or Ghanaian music you heard even before coming here to Ghana?
Let me be very honest. France has very, very close links to Francophone Africa. Yeah. So the musicians that we know in France usually are from Francophone Africa. So we know this kind of music, which is exotic and some rhythms, reggae and this kind of stuff. But the language is French. So it's easy for us to relate. And Ghanaian music is very diverse. I mean, it's not just high life, it's hip hop, high life, dancehall, reggae. You guys can do absolutely everything. Afrobeat. And it's probably because of historical links. The bridge goes to the UK and the US, but really passes above France. So and when I arrived here, I discovered this music, and I thought it was American. I thought it was American artists because the quality of the music, the quality of arrangement, the quality of the sounds was so professional. When you don't really pay attention to the language that is spoken, I thought it was American. And even when you listen to American rappers, they've got their own language, so eventually you're not even sure it's English. I thought it was American music. So then I got to adapt and meet with some artists, and I was like, but you are actually Ghanaian. I mean, what you produce, you mean you didn't record in America? It's actually Ghanaian. And I got to I did my homework going through the several amazing artists that you have in Ghana, and I'm just blown away by the quality of what they do. And the UK US have spotted them immediately. Quite a few artists are doing collabs in the UK US, and then they're shutting down some huge
arenas.
In the arenas. It's just very impressive. So I thought, hey, this quality of music, this professionalism, this creativity, and the youth sometimes of those artists, that tells some things about Ghana. And this somehow is a brand ambassador for Ghana. And I've got to work on that, to put Ghana on the map for France, and also use some French artists to be more known in Ghana, because you don't know many French artists, do you? And sometimes the one you will quote are actually Belgian, which is great. We like to call them French, but they're Belgian. And they sing in French. But so it's reciprocal. You don't know really French music that well. Some of it sometimes, or some songs, or some artists you don't really know, like David Guetta. Not many people know he's actually completely French. They think so. You see, when you reach a certain level of quality, you are labeled American. You see what I mean? Even if you are completely French or completely Ghanaian. So I think it's important to use that this quality production of music, songs, sounds, the professionalism, to show and say something about Ghana and share, because that is something that speaks to people's hearts. So back to the language you speak fluently, the hearts of people's language. Then music is certainly one language that we can speak to each other.
Exactly. So, like, what artists would you look at if there's an opportunity to kind of like have a collaboration with French artists?
Oh, we've done that already. Oh, we have. We have brought 6 artists of Ghana to France to do collabs with French artists.
Who are those?
So, I think it began with Kwabna.
Okay.
Who's done like 3 or 4 songs
already.
Oh
wow.
Then Gasmila, Fameye, Becca.
Wow.
Stoneboy.
Okay.
And Sarkodie.
Okay.
So it could have been many others, and actually Aquaboa just did one with the same French artist as well, no later than yesterday. But those 6 had done that during the summer last year. And so to present what they had done, we had a concert, Paris and Accra in December here, and we'll have a return leg for some of them in Paris in April.
Oh, wow.
So yes, of course.
That's great.
And I hope that they will seize the opportunity when they are in France, and when they went to France to record with Passy and Orti, they also met with other French artists, and they took the opportunity to show what they were doing on French radio, and to catch attention of French artists who will want to do collabs. So more French artists do more collaborations with more Ghanaian artists. But for some bizarre reasons, in the past year, many French artists have gone to France. Ghanaian artists have come to France to visit and make connections. And I know King Promise is going to perform in Paris on the 30th of April. And there's now the Ghana Music Awards that happened in Toulouse. So that is putting Ghanaian artists in France. So I just sort of opened the way a bit. And then they're very professional. They know that the moment you just open the door like this, they will just
take advantage.
Take advantage and make lots of connections. And French artists suddenly have interest in Ghanaian artists. I tried to contact Metro Gims, who's not really French actually, but he sings in French. We like to think of him as French, but he's Congolese. We contacted him to offer him to do collabs, and he said, but I really want to come and perform in Ghana. And we have this amazing Ghanaian-born artist called Cephas, who was adopted by French parents at the age of 8, who has done his life in France. He's now 20-something, and he is a star in France, sings in French, and he even was a finalist to represent France at the Eurovision song contest. So I know that very shortly he will come back to Ghana, back to the roots. He has not been back to Ghana ever since he was adopted. He's from Navrongo. So you see, we're certainly opening like a big channel between France and Ghana in the area of music, because that's a language we both love, understand, and I'm sure there's a lot to be done in that respect. Plus, if our French artists sing in French, that brings a bit of the French language here.
Yeah. So, with that being said, what's the difference, like the main difference between the Ghanaian music industry and the French music industry?
Well, it's very different in terms of sound, of course. We also have rappers, but the rap is different. French rap is different. We don't have so much high life and the rhythms. We have much more variety and radio commercial kind of things, but we've also got quite a diverse production. But in terms of industry, if we go beyond the actual production, this is an industry that is very strongly supported by the French government, not being funded by the government, but there is a legal frame that really helps the French artists to thrive. Every little community, we don't really have villages, but small town, has a community center where people can learn how to sing, practice music, We have music academies everywhere. So if you have just a bit of a hint of a talent, you get a chance to, you know, practice and see where it goes. Then you have access to studios to record your first record. Then you have some contests. Then you have opportunities, many opportunities to try and show what you can do. And then if you really are good and someone notices you, then you can record a record. We are protecting French music in a way that we radios and TVs have a compulsory percentage of French productions or Francophone productions to display. So you can display as much music in your program on the radio as much as you want, provided you have 30% of Francophone music. That is to, you know, help the French music and the Francophone music to have a platform, but also to ensure that this traditional kind of language singing in French is not getting lost under the huge, you know, wave of American music that is, of course, easier, more international. With
what you have said, I think it means French, in terms of advantages, they have got a lot of advantages as compared to the Ghanaian entertainment industry.
Yeah, but it didn't work. It didn't come overnight. You see, they had some artist unions who have advocated for that. Then we also have a very strong royalty institution that collects the money from everyone who displays music and pays the artists. And this is called SSM. It's the equivalent of GAMRO, but it's hugely efficient.
Speaking of GAMRO, what's your view on all that has happened so far? I'm sure you might have heard artists.
Yeah, people are. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
You see, I haven't dug into this thing. I can only observe that if you take someone like Chatawale or all those artists, Sarkodie, Stonebwoy, and even those who have one huge hit, like Kelvin Boy was Down Flat, or, you know, I know I'm not listing them all, so I will have to apologize.
You've heard Down Flat, oh.
Of course, I'm trying to
she's modern,
I'm trying to learn the choreography.
We'll do that, don't worry.
Yeah, we will. I haven't rehearsed yet. So, such a big hit, you see. If you register that song at the SSM, and it is displayed in Europe, he will just have to sit there and wait for royalties to fall.
Yeah.
When you see the number of views on YouTube, the number of downloads on all the platforms, streams and everything, all of them should be billionaires.
Yeah.
So I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just wondering, how come are they not billionaires through just royalties, not concerts, not selling, just royalties, considering the magnitude of what they are doing, of the success that they are putting out there. So there surely is something that could be adjusted and bettered and probably strengthened so that they actually can live from their art. And the way the French system works, of course, some singers with only one hit in their entire career still live on the royalties, and their children live on the royalties. So it's true that it's cash machine for people who do real big hits or whose albums are golden records, or true. But even for small artists, if they produce one music, you know, if there are composers for one big artist, every time it is displayed, every time it is replayed, every time it is adapted, there's something back for them. So it enables a lot of people to live, and not only the big arts whose face you have on the billboards, but also all the musicians behind, the composers, the people who do the arrangements, the people who write the lyrics, if they are not the same. So in France, this industry is helping many, many people to live, because you can only be an author and just write lyrics and still live on this.
Yeah, let's take a quick break here. I know this is getting more interesting, but when we come back, we have more for you. You are watching Talk Attainment here on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with the very beautiful Her Excellency Annie Sophie.
Yeah, people, aka Akosia.
But who gave you Akosia?
Some, you know, in Ghana, one of the first things people ask you is what day were you born.
Yeah.
So I said Sunday. So people say, okay, so you're Akosia.
Oh, okay.
So if I was Fanti, it would be Essie.
You know all that.
3 years and a half. I've done a bit of my homework. Really.
And when if you're an airway, what would it be?
I don't know really. Tell me. Is there a name day as well for the airways?
I think it's the same, but we say Akosia.
Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't say Akosia, but the airways say Akosia.
I don't really hear the difference. Akosia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Akosia.
Yeah, so Akosia. So what are your experiences so far? What memorable Ghanaian culture gestures have you received so far during your stay here?
Well, I wanted from the very beginning when I arrived to go to as many places as possible to have a broader vision of Ghana. So I went to the Volta region where there is a village called Fume. Near Vane.
Vane.
You probably know that in this area there's a large family whose name is Ave, which is also my last name. So I was quite curious to go and see and meet these people who have the same name as mine and see if we could have any connections. And we're still digging to try and find if we do, but it was quite interesting because I've always wondered where my name came from, right? Ave means the bird in Spanish, but I'm not sure it comes from there. It means hi, hello, Ave Maria.
Yeah.
And then now I also know that means forest in a way.
Yeah.
So I can have a multi...
Ave
could be a multi origin, I don't know. So when I went to the Volta region, in this village, it was Easter ceremonies. And I had this very, very emotional moment when they played the French national anthem on the middle of the mountains. And that was so emotional. You don't expect that. Can you imagine? You're in a foreign country, in the surroundings that you completely discover, that is completely new to you, and people in your honor play the Ghanaian anthem. That is wow.
You feel a sense of welcoming.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely, it's just undescribable. And that was my very first amazing encounter with Ghanaian culture. So they had a display of dances, traditional dances, and so I thought, wow. And I realized that all the dances meant something. It was actually telling a story.
So moving away from that, I see a touch of Ghana in most of your article of clothing, most of it. How do you select these outfits?
Oh, well, do you know, that tells a lot about the French fashion. People tend to think that the French elegance that we like to display is about French designers. But truth is that the way we French like to dress is a pick and mix of many international designers. So if you go to France, to the Champs-Élysées, to the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré, to those streets where you have many, many shops of luxury fashion, but also if you go to shops that have more medium accessible fashion, the ones I go to be honest.
Are you sure those are the ones you go to?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't afford the
Louis Vuitton.
No, I can't. Absolutely, no. And honestly, I'm just checking. No, I can't.
Oh, but that's where Ghanaian celebrities shop.
Yeah,
most of them.
When they can afford it, why not? I mean, and I'm glad because it's French. So thank God some people can actually buy from them. But I can't afford it. So, but I love it. I think I once treated myself with a handbag that I had saved money for years before I could actually buy it.
From which store? Which of the stores?
From Louis Vuitton. So I'm very happy I've got one handbag or maybe two out of them. But you see, on a daily basis, you're going to dress in Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
And so the French elegance and the French way of dressing is about picking and mixing things from different designers and trying to create a look that will suit you, considering your shape and that at my age I can't wear everything. There are stuff that, you know, too short dresses really not anymore. So of course, looking at the Ghanaian fashion, there are things that make me look good and that I feel comfortable in. So this is very French to picking and mixing, including African pattern, African design.
But do you have suppliers for your Ghanaian wear, or you buy them yourself when you go out?
Oh, I go out myself. I like to choose myself, you know. So, you know, I have to try things on. So either I have tailors who come here and they take measurements, or but they are always Ghanaian, or some shops like, of course, the brands like J. Garte or Christy Brown. But I like to go to the shops so I can try things on, because they may look beautiful on a beautiful model, but then when they're on me, it's not so good. So, okay, I go for something else. So, yeah, I love choosing myself.
In terms of fashion, what do you think the French will accept from Ghanaian fashion designers?
Well, first of all, you must take your Ghanaian designers to France to show what you can do. It's not wrapping people in a wax. It's well-cut, well-designed dresses or outfits that the French would love. Every time I had French visitors here, they go back with some Ghanaian designer's outfit because they think it's something you can actually wear in France. It's not exotic. It is the shape of it is something you can actually wear. And you see, when especially business women or women who are working, usually it's very tough to find something that is both classical and serious and yet a bit of original.
Yeah.
We don't want to dress like suits and tie, really, like men. So we want to have something that looks serious but still has something
casual.
Yes. Yeah. So what I would immediately wear is a jacket like this, but the interior would be with an African print or African design. So yeah, Sekbi, for instance, has put together a collection with the what do you call that? I can't remember. It's from Mali. I forgot what the pattern is. It's a specific pattern, and it's absolutely beautiful. Bogolan, of course. But you know, the shape of the jacket is just very European, very Western. But then in the inside, there's this little pattern or a detail that really makes a difference.
Finally, do you think we are promoting our African made in Ghana goods well enough?
Not enough. I think you're shy. I think you're a bit shy, and I think the first step is to be conscious that what you do, be it in music, in fashion, in arts, in paintings, in photography, it is worth being displayed in Europe. So that's the first step. Say, oh, is what I'm doing that good and good enough to be displayed in Europe? The answer is yes. The second thing is, how do I do it? And I think the only way is to join forces. What you do here, like Taste of Ghana in December, you must transport that in France and in Europe. But you also have to blend with, with other music. So I don't like the idea of like a ghetto where you put all that Ghana displays and then people come and just see like they're going to see what Ghana does. It's important to promote, use brand ambassadors. So have musical collaborations with people and people say, wow, and so they are Ghanaians and you didn't know. Like you didn't know that David Guetta was French. Having designers who will be on the runway of the Paris Fashion Show, and people say, wow, who's that young designer? Who are those beautiful things? Well, they're Ghanaian. So you see, just in every different areas where you have added value and amazing talents, you should just join forces, go several designers, several musicians, several painters, several photographers, and join forces to bear the cost of that promotion out there. But then I think it is worth it.
Okay, so we are going to, we put some questions here.
Oh dear.
These are fan questions. You're going to pick from it, and then...
And do I have a joker? Do I have a joker where I can say, oh, I don't want to reply to that one? Ghanaian festival. Oh, I think basically December is just one big festival. You've got Afrochella, you've got Rapaholic, you've got the one in the Shai Hills.
Yeah.
You've got there was
Winterland or Wonderland.
Yeah, Wonderland.
Wonderland.
You've got so many festivals, and I think I would say December.
Yeah.
I think you should call December one big festival, one big party in Ghana.
Yeah.
I think.
But were you at any of them?
Of course. I came back from France on the 25th.
Yeah.
And I dashed from the airport to be at Rapaholic.
Wow.
So, of course, I couldn't miss that. Then I was in Afrochella. I was in Taste of Ghana. I didn't do Wonderland. I could have done, but it was in Shai Hills.
Yeah.
And I was in Wonderland, yeah. So, no, I missed the BIM concert. But next year I make sure I won't. So next year I will have like a full schedule, and my December will be back-to-back chilling. Yeah, back-to-back all the concerts, and make sure that I can see all my wonderful artists on stage.
Yeah. Last one?
Oh, last one. Okay, so I don't know which was the one I'm missing. Top Ghanaian musicians. You have so many. I mean, this is terrible. You have so many. I mean, you know what? Look at my Boomplay playlist. These are the songs that I repeatedly listen to, and there's already lots of them. I've listed the 6 that have done collabs with France, so Sarkodie, Stoneboy, Kwabna, Famille, Gasmila, Becca. But you have Mona For Real, which is just amazing. Wow. Jackie as well. And as for the youngs, I mean, you have Kenyatta, you have Kwame Eugene, of course, you have Kiddy, you have Kwesi Arthur, you have Calvin Boy, of course, you have, I mean, I'm forgetting some. So, of course, you have King Promise, Mr. Drew, Darko Vibes, I mean, you name it. You have, it's just incredible. You turn here, you turn there, you've got just incredible musicians, and each of them have a hit. So, yeah, I couldn't list. I mean, it's just. And don't ask me to say which one is my favorite. I love them all. I love them all.
I'm very certain you love them all. Before I let you go, you are, in as much as you are very loved by a lot of Ghanaians. Okay, I can also assume that in the same light that you have been receiving harsh comments here and there. How do you take that?
Actually, not.
Really?
If they do that behind my back. But I haven't. No, I haven't.
So you haven't heard any West rumor about yourself?
No.
So far?
No, it hasn't come to me. The only thing that sometimes I get is about the Francophone Africa and questions or concerns about how France behaves in Africa. And of course, it's never nice to hear these criticisms because they are usually groundless. But at the end of the day, it gives me the opportunity to set the record straight. Because if people think that, it's because the rumors actually, they are circulating about the French and France as a country in Francophone Africa. And I use every opportunity to set the record straight. And people, when they know the truth and they start thinking, does it make sense? Is it just possible? Then they sometimes they apologize, sometimes they thank me because they just didn't know. So no, but about myself, no, never.
Mm-hmm. So the TikTok trend you've been following, I guess. Which of it is your favorite right now? You mentioned down flats when we were about stats.
Yeah, of course. I like Obia as well by Aquaboa.
So Obia.
Opia. Sorry,
okay.
Opia.
So
I like the latest that Amerado did with Kwame Eugene as well, Mutua.
Oh, yeah, I can see that you know a lot of these songs.
So
that's
yes.
really impressive.
Yeah,
really, really, really.
And I try to keep track of what's coming.
Because I'm sure that some Ghanaians do not know as much as you know in terms of music.
Well, I don't know. I love music, so now that I have, you know, it's just like when you go to one festival, then what's great about Ghanaian artists is that the more famous one are dragging other ones, are doing featuring. So then that's how I actually knew Sarkodie, and then I heard Happy Day, and I saw Kwame Eugene, and then I thought, oh, who's that guy? So I did my research, and I saw that he had done featurings with other people. So, you know, just dragging the whole thing, that's how you get to know more songs. And those you like, you go, oh, wow, this has to go on my playlist. And that's how eventually you know those songs.
Okay, but the down flash challenge, I want to teach you.
Oh, no. So you're just warming up there?
Yeah.
But get ready.
Okay, you go like this.
My head is beautiful. My head, I know because.
Way too big.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay, then we'll come. I walk up with myself, I can.
I think it was like this, and then you go like that.
Oh! Okay. I set myself down flat.
I told you.
Okay.
I tried.
Oh, that's really impressive.
I can see to try and learn.
So here's where we come to an end. Here's where we draw the curtains on this edition of Talk Attainment. I hope you had fun on the set with one of my favorites.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We come your way same time. So till then, stay blessed and be safe. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
I am at Eden Gardens. And just so you know, this is not the biblical garden that was home to God's first creation of man and woman, Adam and Eve. But right here in Accra, we are presented with a close opportunity to what it felt like to be in such a garden. And that's been made possible by our guests on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado is the owner of Eden Gardens, and the interesting thing about her story is that this woman speaks to plants. You want to find out more? Come along with us.
My name is Alberta Ekusika Ado, but I like it when people call me Ekusika, because I believe the Sika will one day manifest. It will see on my body. Yeah, so I was born on the 8th of March, 1970 to late parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amwa Brown of blessed memory.
Her schooling years were filled with a lot of home training as well, because, as she says, you cannot run away from family business.
My mom was a caterer, so she really wanted me to help her in the family business, which I didn't want her to. But you know, you can never say no to your mom. So I had to do that. Before then, I really wanted to go to the nursing school, which I couldn't because she really wanted me to help her. So I went to Takoradi Polytechnic. After that, I worked with Panian Tobacco Company for some time. Had my own restaurant on the Agbegloshu Road in the premises of Ahmed Cold Store. That place belonged to Edward Akufo-Addo, the president's brother.
There was so much work at home most of the time, so much that even when she was at the boarding house in school, she needed to return home on weekends to help out.
When I was in straight secondary school, because my mom is a caterer, a big one of course, every Friday after school, I need to take an exit to come home. When I'm in the boarding house, you will come home every Friday because Saturday you have to go and mount wedding cake. Then Sunday we are cooking for, say, from 200 people, either for lunch or for dinner. Before Sunday evening, I go back to Kaneshi to catch a bus back to school. So that was what was happening. It's not like, you know, sometimes in school over the weekend you have time with friends talking and all that, but for me, yes, we had that time too, so we can go for entertainment and all that. But certain times I need to take Ezia to go home. My mom would even talk to the headmaster that maybe such and such a day Alberta will have to come home on a Friday, so if you could grant her an exit.
Growing up in a house full of plants, little Ekusika grew up learning many tricks about tending to plants. Her love for plants also naturally came along.
When I was around 7 years old, in my home in Dansoman, we have lots of plants. What we see here is just something small. And being the little girl among the boys, I was the one who would water the plants, prune, cut, do anything that you need to feed the plants with. And I grew up with it. So I remember one day telling my mom, when I grow, I would want my home to be just as I'm seeing our home in Dansoman.
By the time Alberta Ekusika Ado got married, she had already unconsciously set herself up for life.
When I met my husband, we were courting, and I remember telling my mom, when I get my first pay, I'm going to give her money, get somebody to get me flower pots, to mold flower pots for me, which I did about 60 pieces. I was then courting. I didn't even know whether this guy was going to marry me, or even if by the grace of God he got married to me, whether I was going to be in a compound house, a single room. But because I so much love plants, I did 60 pots. So that's by the way. By the grace of God, we got married. And madam, I had a big compound where I fixed all the 60 pots.
Strict as the word can be, Ekusika's mom made sure that no friend of her daughters visited them at home. But the uniqueness of the year 1983 in Ghana's history would change things a little for her.
When there was shortage of food in the country, we were queuing for flour, for maize, for corn, for virtually everything. But as a young girl, how old was I? Around 13 years. And my mother was so strict, we didn't have friends. In fact, nobody comes to the house. So my mom had closed from work. Around 4 p.m., this woman was coming home and there were so many people in front of our house, lined up. What was happening? This young Ekusika, 13-year-old girl, I don't know what came into me, but I think from the very tender age, it's been me and the Holy Spirit. I got a little, mommy brought sorghum. Yeah, we had a little sorghum, we had flour. I combined both, made some rock bands and scones, baked about 100 or so pieces, and I decided to sell because there was no food anywhere. So I placed this in front of the gate and people started coming. I was selling, they were buying, I was happy, all smiling. Kids will come, parents will come, fathers, they were just buying. So when my mom got to the gate, she was like, what is happening here? You could tell from her face she was angry. What is happening? But when she saw what I was doing, she was so happy. And I don't even know whether she carried me, because she was like, hey, Ekusika, eba adwene no be witrim. Wana no ma odama adwene. Erade nhyiraw. De ama enkofo ediban ma weidi. Inya eyi wo babyia. And I was so happy. I was so fulfilled because I was able to put food on the table.
And like a foretaste of what her future would look like, Ekusika grew up with a passion that birthed the idea of passion for mother and child.
The Lord inspired me to gather teenage mothers, the privileged, feed them, give them a vocation. And I'm like, na me sika he na me wa me ba be teenage mothers and all these things. But before then, I was doing that on my own. I could go to town and I see people, I feel the need to give them money or ask them, come home, I have order on such and such a day, come help me and you get food to eat. I was doing that until one day I was going to the laundry. I'd parked by the roadside, crossed, took the clothes to the laundry. On my way home, I was listening to 88.7. So I came back, sat in the car, started the car, and all I heard was, you don't need any confirmation. I am your confirmation. I looked down, I was scared. So came out of the car, stood beside my car and was like, what is this? For how long will you stand out? I went back into the car and then came home.
It had to take more than a confirmation for her to know that this was indeed something God wanted her to do.
Another time, I was home watching Ben Hinn on telly. And a voice said, change the channel. Which I looked around, there was nobody. So I was now working under instruction. I changed the channel. It kept saying, change it. I kept changing till I got to Metro TV. It was around 11:30 or so a.m. And I heard Amanya Neba, a young girl of 19, being abused, blah, 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 with a child. And the voice says, go for her. I'm like, go for who? This is TV. How will I even do that? Says, go for her. Call and tell them you are interested in the story. I said, yes, boss. But then how do I get the number of Metro TV? I called my son. He got me the number of Metro TV. Immediately I called. I was connected to the newsroom. And I told them I was interested in the story. They took my number, and within a space of less than an hour or so, I saw myself on telly being interviewed. So we agreed in about 3 days' time, they would take me to where the lady is, somewhere in Aboso, around Kaneshi. So we went, and that was also a big news on Metro TV.
With the help of a number of other professionals, Ekusika got these young girls together and started training them in vocational skills.
There was this voice that told me, drive to Teshinungwa. So I went out. As I was on the Grader Estate, I took a left turn. Then I saw house for rent. I drove in there, spoke to the guys, and it was just a smooth deal. I took the place, started with a few girls I had, the one from Metro News, and a few people, and by word of mouth, people who came to hear, people who saw what happened on Metro TV, started bringing people. So I trained them in catering because I'm a caterer. I got people who were fashion designers and hairdressers. So we started at Teshi First Junction, opposite the Electoral commission for over 7 years. And after that, I went to GIMPA to do some NGO courses, management courses, so I could manage the NGO well. It won't be like you are just doing it anyhow. You have to manage things properly. You have to do it and do it well. So I went to GIMPA, did few courses. I've been there for three occasions. NGO management. I've forgotten the courses, but I did all that, which I have all the certificates there, so that it won't be like you've gathered girls and then giving them home training. No, not just home training. There has to be a book knowledge as well. You have to learn and learn well so that you know what you are doing. Learning advocacy and several of those things. Yes.
When COVID-19 hit in 2020, like many businesses, things with passion for mother and child also took a little dip, but it was also another great breakthrough for her.
On the 14th of March 2020, there was a lockdown, so we're not able to go to meet in our training center. I wasn't going anywhere. I was stuck at home. Then, like Steve Jobs once said in an interview or a speech given to one university, he said, you cannot connect things in the future, but you can connect things from your past. So I connected all these plans, all the works I've been doing since I was home. I was not going anywhere. I now got time for my plans.
Now, let's call her the woman who talks to plants. With every research she did into plants, unconsciously, she was building a business so much that she sometimes forgets to eat while doing it.
So I wake up early in the morning, do my house chores, then I come and sit in my garden, clean, prune, just like I was doing when I was 7 years old. Then I will start talking to my plant. You are beautiful. I like the way you are. I like the colors. Oh, how can one plant have 3 colors? So I was just admiring nature. And the Lord started talking to me. This is an oxygen plant. It can do this for you. It can do that. So I got so much interested in it, and all my time was always in the garden. So I'll take the picture, post on my status, some on my Facebook, do a research, talk about this. Maybe this is called Sansevieria, another name, mother-in-law's tongue. Then I'll just go find out why mother-in-law's tongue. And one says, I beg you, anyone listening to me, they said, the mother-in-laws, their mouths are sharp, their tongues are sharp. So that is then I'm like, wow, this is funny. So I'll just get the name, the fan, this is Zizi, this is Red Beauty. You see, I started learning the names so I could post them on my status. People got interested. Then they'll ask, can I get something for my hall? Can I get something for my bedroom? Which one do you think is okay for the bathroom for this? And we kept going. It got interesting. So every day you see me here working at nurseries looking for new plants, and I was so fulfilled. That was my passion. That was my heart, because I can come here in the morning, say 8 o'clock, I will be here till 6 p.m. My husband will have visitors, and they are like do you sell them? I said, yes. Can I have this one? I sell them. So I started going to the Volta region, buying pots and working with them. So,
but there was more that her plants garden was given that she never knew herself until this woman walked in one day.
I went outside the gate to just admire the pots I've arranged outside. And this woman was coming, she was like, oh, madam, do you know the one selling this pot? I was like, it's me. Just, oh, okay. I've been passing here every day. I want to stop up because on the roadside, I'm scared of the trucks that are passing. And I'm like, you can come and park in my house. And he said, no, I've parked behind your house. So I walked her in because I have lots of pots in the house too. So she just looked through what we have in there and we came in. Immediately she entered, she was so happy and was like, wow, you have a beautiful home. Can I sit? I said, yes. She sat and I took her through the plants. What is this? What is that? She was so happy. And she was like, who are you? What do you do? I'm like, ma'am, please, I don't understand. How do you mean? She said, when I was coming, I wasn't feeling well. I had this terrible headache. And as I started, I even wanted to ask if you could give me a paracetamol. But just as you spoke with me, the way you are so passionate about the plants and talking about them, I felt something just leave me. That's why I asked, who are you? I'm like, I'm a praying woman and I believe in what I do. So I prayed with this woman. She was so happy, started jumping. I'm healed, I'm healed. I'm like, God, I thank you. She took my number that she will call immediately she gets home. And that was the end of that woman. I didn't hear from her. There was no call, and I've never seen her to date. Could that be an angel who came to tell me what you are doing is good, so continue on doing it?
Another woman also shared her experience about how these plants did more than beautify her home.
This lady, she's also a journalist. I don't want to mention her name. She called me one day and was like, Mommy, I took my little boy to the hospital and this doctor, an Indian, said, you need to put a plant in your son's bedroom by the side so he could inhale this oxygen. It's going to improve his health. Immediately, she remembered me and called me in front of the doctor. So truly, I made the beautiful pot of Sansevieria, another name for snake plant. It has nothing to do with snake. It's just the design. I have one over there. It's just the design in it, right? That is what looks like a snake, but it has nothing to do with snake. Because the little boy was just around 4 or 5 years, I put decorative pieces around it. And to the glory of God, the mother came back to give a testimony to the extent that it went to break their marriage. It went to put their marriage together. And I was happy.
And then it was her husband and how he got healed from the effects of these same plants.
I'm so happy here. I'm so happy. And 2 years ago or so, COVID, my husband was attacked by this same COVID, which landed him in ICU. It was such a terrible moment. People around him were dying. I lost my cousin, late Ejakon's wife, Auntie Nana. I'll say it's my cousin or my auntie. We lost Sister Nana. But by the grace of God, and I believe by what I do, because I know taking care of orphans, the needy, is the heartbeat of Christ. So if you are able to do such, God gives you long life and always sitting in nature, admiring and inhaling it. When my husband got back home from ICU, every morning 5 a.m. he will come and sit in the garden, taking his tea, reading his book, having his meetings, all in the garden. And he so much enjoyed it. The breeze, the air that will just be going up and down all around him just brought the healing speedily. He really enjoyed it, I must say. It was what brought about his healing. And I'm happy. Because I get most people, Mommy, can I come around? I feel terrible. I have this issue in my marriage. Can I come around? I want us to sit in the garden and then we talk about it. I'm like, yes, come, because I love to do that. And Charlie, the feedback I get is so fulfilling. So that is what has brought us here today.
Like everything in life, her work with these young ladies has had its own share of challenges.
Then somebody will ask, so have you forgotten about the teenage mothers? No, I had not forgotten about them. We always met on, we had a platform where we chat, we do our devotions and everything on platform. Sometimes I invite them to come over, we had a chat, but one of my facilitators had a place, so all the girls are there. I visit them, we talk, we continue with the school, we continue with all the advices. So far it's been good. In Passion for Mother and Child, when the girls come, there's no any follow-up. No parent of theirs come to say, hey, Mame, we are in Teshi, so they usually speak Ofane, Imbile Bakemiake, O Chonle ni no hame, ni, oh you are done. We don't hear things like that. No. I've never. But when you share the food and they take home, then they will call, Ofane, oh you are done. I said, Asida yenya media, because my gun is not very good. So you see, the same way we connected the dot from the past. What I did, that is what now I'm feeding people.
And why does she talk to her plants? Ekusika tells us the story.
So I continue on talking to the plants. I would come, talk to you, admire, and most especially when I work for any client, and the person is going, or we are supposed to pack the things in the car, I go close to the plant and I talk to them. I tell them, as you are going, let there be peace in that home. If there's any marital issue, go and solve that issue. Because you are living, and in the Garden of Eden was a peaceful place, go and do same. And the report I get from the client was so amazing, and it kept me going. It kept me going.
Why the name Eden Garden?
I decided to name it Eden because it was fulfilling. I had so much fulfillment here, the passion, the joy. People will come and they give testimony.
Ekusika tells us about some of the names of these plants and their significance.
This is the snake plant with the botanical name Sansevieria. Sansevieria, right? So these ones, it's good for your bathroom, it's good for your living room. It can go anywhere. It serves all purpose. Have all these. These are all fern. This is monstera. If you have this in your home, why wouldn't you love nature? Why wouldn't your love for God increase? He's a wonderful God. See the wonders of his hands. See, holes in plants. It's so amazing. This is another kind of phobia. It's another kind of phobia. That is aloe vera. It has several uses for the hair, for face, for burns, for smoothing your face. You won't go wrong with aloe vera. Yeah. That's ready to be delivered. Into. I need help, please. So this is the final work. This is our final work. What a thing of beauty. Isn't it beautiful? So that is our red beauty, leaving Eden Gardens to its final place. And like I always do, as they are leaving my hands and my home, I say a word of prayer. As you live here, may the Lord go with you. May you bring peace in your new home. May you bring beauty and love, just as you are so colorful, so nice and natural. Every marriage in that home, let it be so. Go and glow as the leaves are glowing. Let there be peace. Let there be joy. Let there be abundance of everything. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. And that's how we bring a wrap to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, Mrs. Alberta Ekusika Ado. Thank you once again for joining us. As always, remember, there's news for you when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
Hi, my name is Kojo Oponkroma, Minister responsible for information. You are ultimately responsible for the information you consume. And to ensure that you consume the right kind of information, here are 3 quick tips to follow whenever you come across information online. Number 1, check the source. Look it up. Is this a well-known, well-respected website that is publishing this information? Or does this come across as one of those websites quickly set up by somebody to publish something just to make you believe it? Number 2, read the whole article, not just the headline. Many people just screen grab a headline and share it across. But often when you read the story and read the quotations, you may find out that the headline is misleading. Number 3, check the date. Some persons have a penchant for picking very old stories and sharing them across as though they were new developments. Posting old stories as though they were new developments does not take away the fact that it may not necessarily be true today. You are responsible for the information that you consume. If you are not sure of the authenticity of a story, do not share the post. If you spot false news online, report it to Facebook. Join the fight against false news online. Thank you.
There was an arrest in connection with the Zakole murder issue that happened recently, where 8 Fulanis were killed. One suspect was arrested and is helping investigations. A female suspect was also picked up by the police to assist in that regard. The one who was arrested was, that one was in Yendi, and then the other one was also arrested in one of the communities in which investigations are ongoing to unearth the group or the gang responsible for this heinous crime.
So we have 2 arrests now?
We have 2 arrests now. Our main suspect, who is the man who used the motorcade to carry the suspects to the scene to carry out these offenses, was arrested, and he's before court, has been remanded. For now, it is too early for us to come out to tell you what he is saying. We are still gathering intelligence. We are also seeking the assistance of the communities and other persons that matter to assist the police to identify others on the run. For now, some of the communities that we believe these suspects may be hiding, our inquiries suggested that they have moved away, and we are still moving on.
You saw it on social media some few days ago about a 60-year-old man who is playing football actively. Today, we've met him as the Ghana Supporters Union are preparing to take on the Nigerian supporters. So we speak to him briefly. GhanaWeb TV.
And there, Nama Fobano, Abe Shikama won't you know. Me bomb, me whom modern say, Metre and Quadebi Bobo. Now on who Bobo, Nana, she says, Car woman, on to energy. Intina me Bobo.
Now, a brand now season and now Bobo, now we now couldn't be an anchor, or professional one call, and Intina or Dasu a Bobo. And I say, secrets ben or to me because a man tell baby, who do 40 cry now, moon to me, and Bonanso. Which you 65 that's which now nice.
No correct. It's say ni who born na papa bi na friend Kimpele a Brazil na me hwe ne ball na hwe ne official ball no na ma kono say me so me ball ndu empempenso bi enkwada so a watchire no on so me hwe me so na on ball na on so nya enkonimudie ne bi nti na ma me di ball chi.
Okay. Na me di chat no say club bi e beka say ono mo mbaye adwuma na obobo bon kakanka obobeje pene na ono makwaye.
Oh enu de akonya ho sha de metima ye.
Okay, all right, so that's the oldest footballer in Ghana, 68-year-old man who is still playing football actively, and today you will see him in action against the Nigerian supporters. My name is Joel Eshen.
On this week's edition of Bistek, we engage Meshach Ajeti, a 24-year-old miniature artist doing amazing work with chopsticks and cardboard.
I love acting and crafting.
Okay.
Yes. So anything I see which is beautiful or
is a proposal I'm making to the House. Already, even though it's not up for debate, The House has already given me an indication of a disagreement with that position. And so I've just brought in that if that is the wish of the House, it will be debated. I don't impose. That's why I say proposal. And the time it will be right for that decision to be taken is when the report of the committee is submitted to the House. I disagree in total that a matter referred to a committee, however couched by the constitutional provision, that committee can go and sit and take a decision, and that decision will be binding on the House. I beg to differ. And there are a number of occasions that even on issues of urgency, of referrals of bills to the House, the committee reports to the House, and we have debated them and agreed or disagreed with the committee. And there are a number of times we disagreed with the committee and we took the bills through the normal process. The Hansard will bear me out. There are a number of times we've done that. So these are new grounds. This is a proposal. It will come in the next meeting. I don't want us to be counted out like we were done in the first session. I want this to kick in. This is the first meeting. And so we start the process. By the second meeting, the House has the opportunity to take the decision. And then we move on. But it's very important, and I want to emphasize this, that we take our role here as very important, critical, and crucial to the development of this country, particularly the welfare and well-being of the people we represent. You see, you want to debate further? I thought that you set the ball. After formal communication, leadership decided to debate the formal communication. I tell you, this is a very bad precedent. No speaker to raise such a matter. But since I've been with you for all these years, it looks like familiarity is becoming what? Contempt.
I heard you said, you yourself alluded to the fact that members of parliament could raise matter that could be referred to privileges, and civil society could equally do same. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to your office, I disagree with you vehemently when you, Mr. Speaker, want to do that yourself. Because it has to be a member of parliament who has to do that according to our rules.
Honorable member, read the standing order again.
Mr. Speaker, I will be grateful to listen.
Read the standing order again.
Mr. Speaker, it will be good to listen to me. When I'm done, you have the privilege to make your
Minority Chief Whip.
You have to first
read the standing orders again.
Mr. Speaker, I have read what I want to read, and I've stopped where I want to stop.
Honorable member,
fair, you listen to me. And when you hear me,
will you resume your seat?
You have to hear me first.
Will you resume your seat?
Mr. Speaker, you have to hear me first.
Will you resume your seat?
Mr. Speaker, we heard you in silence. Please, no. Mr. Speaker, we heard you in silence. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that you hear us, and when we are done, after the ruling and the decision to be taken, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely yours. But to listen to us, Mr. Speaker, you must listen to us. And Mr. Speaker, when you are making reference to the ruling of the appeals court, Mr. Speaker, the interesting thing that you left out, and I draw your attention to this, is that when that appeals court made that ruling, it concluded with this. After the court has said that the seat will be declared automatically. It went ahead to say that under the 1992 Constitution, however, it is the High Court which can declare a member of Parliament seats as vacant, without providing any reasons or legal basis for the assertion. More particularly, when the provisions in question do not either expressly or impliedly rope in the High Court. This is what the Appeals Court did. So, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, we agree. You made a statement, but your conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the danger, colleagues, as we sit in this chamber, is this: if we allow speakers to take petition from outsiders, and so motive with petition from outsiders to refer members of Parliament to privileges, colleagues, will be doing ourselves the greatest disservice. Because we will one day get a dictator speaker who will simply take statements from outsiders and begin to penalize individual members of Parliament. It is on this basis that I call on all of us that to resist the attempt by Mr. Speaker to refer our colleagues to the privileges. And if there is justification, let us get one of us as member of Parliament who is convinced that our colleagues need to go through privileges to do that, and not allow Speaker to do this. Because today we may have a Speaker that we may think will be unbiased. If we allow this to stand, it will become precedent, and tomorrow it may hurt each and every one of us. And it is on that basis that I stand to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to come properly under Order 93.5 to say this is your decision to refer our colleagues to the privileges will be challenged with a substantive motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, Siaka MPP Amanyoko ni mu ano so di akote mpansan se yaka founding members a eyade ono so eka ho bi. No kokopie mu e wo Metro TV so emro modi nkita ho ene ensem no de eyade opro bi pa egu ho yie pa emebi kra ekoka MPP for mu national chairman aye friend no say Freddie Blay. Otwema MPP for ekome akoye se mu nim se Freddie Blay o ho no mu oyobi ase eka corrupter oye corrupt ankasa intronso yeka no ntra a oye liar mapa otwa ntro yie pa na no ya mfato mu bi na otwe mu se mo kai se mre bi ebedu ye mra na chese national executive so mo ko omo ye campaign ene ne nkeka ho Freddie Blay ehwe mu se ye to aba ede mana na so be ye chairman na obebo ne ho modien ne basis ahudu beto ede ama amanyoko no o se opeso obi samo se basis no efiti mro kan mehu se basis bi aba ho no mo ana otwe ma da bi we twe mu se ade owura no ho no no oye corrupt anka so se chantro afen so mo kan so no ofri CPP mu ene bebe join ne MPP mu nti mo ankasa mo hwe na setena ene se ne osidi ne niam ade fa na mo hwe ye ana ene otutu bi ye pa ema no ne mro kokopie mu e wo Metro TV so. Na Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo emra na oguswa edi nkita ho e wo Metro TV oni Bridget Otu eye one-on-one show so no nsam so na me kind de odi bigu yie pa e ma bi kra ekoka eye Oliver Baka Voma wo no e na FX the country convener eye yera Tamaklo etrema ebeto mre bi emra na sansensem we ma ne homene so mkire nsam a e fa eye Oliver Baka Voma wo ono nkasa board ho modin e de afutuo kese e san board no kokko eye national security minister Kandapa board no kokko yepa so on hwe sania eyo owura no on besumi anampo on besi ejojo na brabo ediafa na otrema otunifo bo ne kokosa enso komi akoye se nya ade a ne futu no omutie ye nto no sania ba ya omuhu se ne ye de Oliver ekwa ashaiman o cha ye de ne fase no na enye ne won akra esanse ya ade a ono onim sania asem no ebesi akọ a otu omofo sa na ankwanko ye no otremu mpa o sample editu nanim se nkebe ya na se nsem bi no emu odema na odon kwanko hu eye kane national security minister na ye friend no say Francis Poku na nkanye me bi sa no oni hu ndi oni ndi hu nkomo na so kokwa me se ni nyina no kan wie no ankwankosi ɛyɛ kyerɛ sɛ aga ɛma afei mpo de ɔfa phone ɛde friend saa sɛ nɛ ɛna kandapa ɛbɛfa ne phone no na kyerɛ sɛ ɔne nakasa a ɛnya de obetumi atwɛ no wie no ɔyɛ mfato na wotwe mu sɛ saa time na President Jerry John Rawlings nyame fa ne kransie emra na kyerɛ sɛ osi so no sei ya na kokɔ wie a okɔ wie na kyerɛ sɛ May 15 de ku asi no nto de otwe ma ɛfoto ɔde kokɔ ma ɛyɛ kandapa ne nyina akyi no ɛne kokɔ bɔ no ɛnya de abapompo no ɔfa ɛde tu mu.
ɛna de me de asempa enenam na me kawo se Ghana yekopie mu e wo 2022 FIFA World Cup aye ahoboa na ahoboa no mu no unim se GF4 hwe no mu se emrante bi a ayewo mu amanone a omo maame mu efi Ghana no na nka omo no mbeka no magye pene no mabesi akan e de ama Black Stars emrante mienu a Ghana for yeni edi omachi eyiye pa players mienu mu si akan e de ma Athletic Bilbao Inaki Williams ene ni nwaketwa Nico Williams and asem da aba ne se Kasbin FM omo kumase e de aba bonten se omo maame agye atomu so afei de omo mba no embesi akan emfama Black Stars wonu se di kan ba se papa na agye atomu ne mo maame ne de ejina na ojina se oma ne mba no embebo na and the reporter Kasbin e de aba bonten se maame na agye atomu a sisi agye afefo no ahya se omo ye nkrata se mrantie no Nico ene ninia Inaki omo be hye Ghana jersey na omo fa ye mbo AFCON qualifiers na omo fa ye nko World Cup na mo report no echema omo pin GFM penifo ekobisa om se asem we omati no kre anasa enye no kre no Kasbin FM fo echra GF4 esi no comment there echra nyoma mienu se eye no kre anasa enye no kre. Obeka ya boxing bout bi eba so ewo United States na watchi mu a Game Boy Tego one America ni ba efe no Ryan Garcia ena de ko sie ni a entokwa no be wiye no na Ghana fo bebre na twabo Game Boy se Game Boy wo mbodembo ewo form chese entokwa woni Ryan Garcia eko wa brand ya boy na ewo dwane na de ena Game Boy be ka se mo de munsu me menye $200,000 eno ntimi di kofi eno and I Cote ono eba boxing one ne din de obi enim na ode betu just a Game Boy we enim gwase ni papa so wonim say wo win ntokwa na nka wo benya more than $200,000 we ko gina Ghana enim the Ghana flag abo wachi wako na wako ma yabo from wasa be catch as na wonyi ska eno and a boxing legend ba kope Azuma Nelson misano na yetenase 12 na yahwe Azuma so edensem abetu just say there I caught e kan no kwan no efri say wo hwa ntokwa ni din ya no say Game Boy no enya ntokwa bi enokoko yenemu sika enokodi echa we kogu Ghana ni mase poto fisa wo hwa nko an say o dwane say okọ 100 meters e o ring ni mu so training here pa ka Game Boy ebetumi abo ranga se nemu sika enokodi echa we kogu Ghana ni mase no.
Despite media krata bi ababonten na ni nyina na nsentemu na Kwame Nkrumah kese ono ni ye adwuma wo OKFM membra na oni ni odi dwumade ne one na pamfo etena ase na odi nsemfo bi to dwa a o twemu sesisi na kwakwa se absenteeism no eno so ya akoma ne hom ne so wo OKFM honum nto no to honum de enya de obehwe na yi program bi abaso emra ono de oti ase na ne eba en de obo dwumade ba kwa yefe no se jaso isan so twema se jaso nke wo so ba studio no ba be di dwuma no ewo na so waka say de yade a oti virtual ene online ene oye won ene otwema ne de on ti ase anampo on hwe e ma sa asem na dwuma de no enkoso ene e ba Ghana fo awodo na etwemu so adenti no wakasa sa e ba ne send fine sent no mo hwe anim so despite media e de krata be ba bonten no na afei de despite for e de krata ba bonten a o mo twemu so mo mo no mo de e yade o mo e na afei fia poko avim lady o mo ni o mo no eni asembia na mom no mo hu ne sane Kwame Nkrumah kan no any personal opinion enti se pa se amanfo anampo mo bo muso bo se ni oye no despite anya de ne nkeka no mo de ntwemu bia bo mo twemu se ni aye Kwame Nkrumah kese kan no any personal opinion enti se bibia ni a o mo hwe na o mo nyina o mo ntase na o mo nka.
Hi, my name is Kojo Oponkrumah, Minister responsible for information. You are ultimately responsible for the information you consume. And to ensure that you consume the right kind of information, here are 3 quick tips to follow whenever you come across information online. Number 1, check the source. Look it up. Is this a well-known, well-respected website that is publishing this information? Or does this come across as one of those websites quickly set up by somebody to publish something just to make you believe it? Number 2, read the whole article, not just the headline. Many people just screen grab a headline and share it across. But often when you read the story and read the quotations, you may find out that the headline is misleading. Number 3, check the date. Some persons have a penchant for picking very old stories and sharing them across as though they were new developments. Posting old stories as though they were new developments does not take away the fact that it may not necessarily be true today. You are responsible for the information that you consume. If you are not sure of the authenticity of a story, do not share the post. If you spot false news online, report it to Facebook. Join the fight against false news online. Thank you.
Na Dr. Nyawo Tamaklo, Emra no Guswa Edinkita hon ewo Metro TV or ne Bridget Otu. Eye one-on-one show nso no in Samson and kind there. Or the big ye pa, e bi kra, ekwa kan eye Oliver Baka Voma wo no, and FX the country convener. Eye yera Tamaklo etrema, ebeto mrebi, Emra na sansensem we ema no homene so mtre nsema, efa eye Oliver Baka Voma we. Ono nkasa board no modin e de futuo kese esan board no kokko. Eye National Security Minister Kandapa board no kokko yepa so on share senia eyi ora no on besumi anampo on besi ejojo na brabo edi afa na otrema etunifo bo ne kokosa enso komia koye se nya ade a ne futu no omutie ye nti ono senia ba ya omu se ne ye de Oliver ekwa ashaiman o chan ye de ne fase no na enye no wanwa kra esanse ya ade a ono onim senia asem no ebesi akọ a otu omofo sa na ankwanko ye no otremu mpa o sample editu nanim se nkebe ya na se nsem bi no emu odema na ono ankwanko eye kane National Security Minister na ye friend no say Francis Poku na nka nya bi sa no oni hu ndi oni ndi hu nkomo na sokokwa me se ni nyina no kan wie no ankwankosi eye trese aga ema afempo de offer phone e de friend sa se ne e na kandapa be fa ne phone no na cheso ne nakasa enya de obetumi atwe no wie no ye mfato na otwe mu se time na President Jerry John Rawlings na me fa ne crancy emra na cheso osis no say ya ne kokowie a okowie na chese May 15 de ku ese no to ndi otwe ma efuto de kokoma eye kandapa ne nyina eche no ene kokobo no enya de abakompo no ofa editu mu. Na Attorney General's office so enoma filing motion a omodi akwakoma Accra High Court etwem se somo osubo bi efa eye nsema ekoso efa eye former CEO Emma Maslog efeno se Sedinam ationu Tamaklo somo osubo bi a ewo so omode bo eye Alex Mode ena fe ba kwa ode eye Gavavina Tamaklo no manfo ebeka ya eye Sedinam ationu eye former CEO Emma Maslog ono ena fe ore bi efeno se Daniel Axim ono ena eye former operations manager ewo maslo komo mienu omo gina court anim omo ye di omo asema omo twema omo abo aye oman neka sikapudo ntino chese omo gina court ye di omo asem na ene se aye afi 2021 ena ye mami etu kwan ekọ amanone se leave ne no pono etwema aye Accra High Court justice efeno se ifiasewa asari boche ono ene ma no leave se onkono nkogina ho mekakra na bibia ne ye to nsafre na chese wa bananso ye ka se ye ade a court no ato nsafre na afre nanso ade amami emame piemu ewo ho eno na Attorney General office etrema se osumbo bia ye fambo eye Alex Mode na afi Gavivina Tamaklo esanso mo mienu eno mo hwe ye ema ye maame no bill bond eye October 2021 eno nti no kokọ piemu amanoni a ya fre no sa omba no.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is the most interactive socio-political program you can find online. We bring you facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ismail Akwe, and in this edition, we are going to discuss tourism. The tourism industry has been very vibrant lately. We had Kwewu Easter celebrations and also other celebrations all over the country. We are going to discuss how the tourism industry can help build up or even bring in more revenue into our economy. Our guest is from the Ghana Tourism Authority. He will be doing this discussion with us. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is Kofi Atakakra Kusi. He is the Deputy Head of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tourism Authority. Welcome, Kofi.
Thank you, my brother.
I know you have been very busy this past week.
Very, very busy.
Kwewu Easter has been a great success.
Absolutely.
And how did it go? How did you prepare? How did you plan? How did you manage to bring all the pilots and all of them?
I won't cut you up. It's about product development. Right. Kwewu Easter has been developed over time, and this is a time for us to reap the benefit out of it. Before I continue, let me give a big greetings to the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Awa Mohammed, and his Deputy, Honorable Mark Okrikumante. I'm not forgetting my Chief Executive, Mr. Kwesi Ajiman, and the currently appointed Board Chairman of the Ghana Tourism Authority, Honorable Seth Ejeba. You see, Kwewu has been a test case as we moved swiftly from COVID restrictions. As the President, His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, lifted the restrictions just about a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, you realize that we launched the Kwewu Easter celebrations sometime on the 16th of March. And since that time, the euphoria has been of a kind. Bro, you see, what has been the case is that we have been very much particular about domestic tourism, trying to improve our domestic setting. When COVID struck, you do recall that the global community, we could not travel to anyone's country. So obviously, what it means is that we have to do our own well. In the account balance, they say, so we are to make sure that ours has been made proper before looking at the other countries and all that. So basically what the authority does is to market the country domestically and internationally. So if you look at Kwewu, as in Kwewu Easter celebrations, it's been back to back. We had a number of activities and events that took place there. If you look at the events and activities, one has to do mainly the paragliding festival, which of course brings a lot of diasporans and people of African descent into the country, and then international tourists from all over the globe. They're all here. Also, we have musical concerts, we have pool parties, we have a lot of activities took place. You have carnivals, street carnivals, masquerade festival, and all that.
We saw all of them because
Yes.
we are doing so well with communication.
Absolutely.
But how long did it take you to plan the Kwewu Easter Festival?
Yes, as a matter of fact, like I said, it's about product development. So even in the time of the restrictions, the authority under the leadership of Mr. Kwesi Ajiman was working assiduously behind the scenes, making sure that we were cementing all the loose holes in order to make sure that we get a clear picture of how it will look like. So our marketing actually started in the time of COVID. During the restrictions, we were working assiduously behind the scenes. Of course, what the authority has a research department, and the research department way back sometime last year even undertook what we call a farm tour to Kwewu and its environs in order to do a farm tour of the entire enclave. So that is exactly what we did, and this is the results.
Did you have any data as to the number of people who were present at Kwewu?
Good. This is a very good question. Let me commend you for this. Research is very key to any industry. Like it is, the Ghana Tourism Authority has been very strong when it comes to our research. So we have a whole directorate in charge of research. Our research department was stationed in Kwewu during the festivities. They have always been there. So always we generate a tourism report that gives you a report of what our event and activities was like. But of course, you know that we just came from Kwahu, so the research department is still working assiduously in order to generate the needed reports so that we could be able to feed the teeming public. And in as much as that be the case, of course, the Honorable Minister has indicated, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Awar Mohammed had indicated early on that we are looking at raking in close to about annually, we are looking at raking in close to about $2.3 billion into the economy.
$2.3 billion annually.
Annually.
An estimate.
In estimate.
Okay. So is Kwahu Easter going to be a regular event? I know Easter is annual. However, the other activities like the paragliding and then the others, which are done annually during Easter period, there are so many calls for it to be done, regularly, like maybe every month there should be something around paragliding. Is this something you're going to consider? Have you thought about it?
Good, my brother. You've asked a very good question once again. I think I must commend GhanaWeb for your line of questions. It's very good. The CEO, my CEO had indicated early on during interviews with the media, he had indicated that because we are trying to entrench our domestic setting in terms of our domestic tourism, trying to improve our domestic tourism, what the Ghana Tourism Authority will be doing is that as part of the pilots, obviously, let me say this again. The pilot, we had pilots from Peru, Switzerland, USA, and then Germany. And then there was one Ghanaian pilot. What the authority is doing moving forward is to get a number of Ghanaian pilots to fly so that we would not depend on the white man. I am a Pan-Africanist personally, and I believe in we making our own better. In making our own better, we do not need the white man to be there for us. We have to develop our own. That is why Jonathan used to be a solo pilot.
So Jonathan is a Ghanaian pilot?
He's a Ghanaian pilot.
Okay.
Jonathan
He was the only Ghanaian one?
The only Ghanaian
Jonathan
pilot.
Quay.
Jonathan Quay.
Okay.
He's a solo pilot. And then the others are, and then there are others who are also tandem pilots. What it means is that when someone is a solo pilot, the person flies alone.
Okay.
Then you graduate to become a tandem pilot. Fortunately enough, now Jonathan Quay is a tandem pilot. For years, he's been a solo pilot. He was training, and by the grace of God, he's now a tandem pilot. There is a certifying agency that looks at paragliders. So
in Ghana?
Yes, not in Ghana, but outside there.
Or was he training under the auspices of the Ghana Tourism Authority, or he was independent?
Yes, we were part of the push.
Okay.
Yes, the Tourism Authority was part of the push. The Ministry of Tourism also part of the push. So that is why the Chief Executive had indicated, Mr. Kwesi Agyeman had indicated that moving forward, the Tourism Authority is looking at having local pilots, local content. Local content is very important in order to improve our tourism industry. So we are also looking at private investors coming in to invest in the paragliding sport as an aviation sport and other various events and activities that we have in the country.
So are there any other Ghanaian pilots under training? Tandem pilots?
As at the moment, there are others who are also undergoing training, as CEO had indicated. But at the right time, we're going to make it public for Ghanaians to know exactly who they are, what they are, and then also we are trying to. There's a training pitch that is being looked at in the near future, so that they could have that uniform training.
So until we get a number of Ghanaian pilots, we can't have paragliding every month or any other time.
Good. So that is our target.
Okay.
Our target is that once we have the local pilots, obviously we are expected to fly each, maybe every holiday. Yeah, maybe Independence Day. My brother, you go with your family and then your daughter or son wants to fly. Why not? Yeah. So they would have to probably do some bookings beforehand, before getting there. Then they go through the process and then paraglide. So we are looking at each over the year round. Over the year round, we should be able to have paragliding.
So let's talk about domestic tourism. Now we've seen the Accra City Tour. Is there a Kumasi City Tour?
Yes, that will be coming.
That will be coming. So it's just Accra for now.
Accra City Tour.
And I see a lot of people showing excitement and joining the tours and all of that. How did that idea come up?
Good, my brother. Thank you. You've asked a very good question. You see, tourism is a private sector driven sector. What it is that we as an authority, we are to engage our private sector strongly in order for them to be on board. They coming on board, they bring a lot of ideas, a lot of things that they bring on board. For example, in bringing up about the idea of the Accra City Tour, we had to engage our private sector, which of course we call them the Ghana Tourism Federation, GATOF. We call them Ghana Tourism Federation, GATOF, GHATOF, GATOF. So what GATOF does is that it has umbrella associations. It has trade associations under it. So GATOF is the umbrella body, and you have the association, trade associations. The trade associations include the Tour Operators Union of Ghana, the Car Renters Association of Ghana, the Ghana Hotels Association, you have the Tour Guides Association, you have the Kids in Tourism, you have the Tourism Society of Ghana. So all these Cow Club, all these associations, about 33 associations under the private sector, our tourism private sector. We call them the tourism value chain. So they are specifically those who make sure that the engine of the tourism industry runs. How do we run? The tour operator is more or less a segregator. They segregate their activities. If I say the tour operator segregates its activities, what it does is that if the tour operator picks up a tour from, for example, the airport, okay, obviously the tourist is going to sleep, isn't it? So the hotels would have their share. Do you get it? The tour guide will come in. The tour guide would have to give, how do we call it, directions. This is Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. This is that. This is that. This is Brick Gardens. This is what it is. This is what it is. So each and everyone, the car renter will bring their cars. Do you understand? So it means that at any point in time when the tour operator moves, he moves with some part of the tourism value chain. So the Ghana Hotels Association comes in. The car rentals comes in, the tour guides comes in. If they are kids, the Kids in Tourism comes in. If they are the youth, we have the Tourism Society of Ghana. So it is a whole gamut in itself.
So the Accra City Tour is a private, it's a private idea basically from the private sector.
Good. It is something that I must say that it is more or less a PPP thing, public-private partnership, which of course the Tourism Authority is leading the face. You know, in recent times we've had about 2 public-private partnership forums which are taking place. What we do is to engage our private sector more often, so that our private sector is the engine of our sector. So we engage them more often, more especially as part of the Accra City Tour. We have the Tour Operators Union. We have an MOU with the Tour Operators Union of Ghana, which of course the tours are expected to also extend to the various regions. Like you mentioned, is Kumasi going to get their share? Moving on, in the near future, we are expecting to have this tour also move to the various regions of the country.
So it costs about, is it 60 cedis or 80 cedis to have a tour for an adult?
Yes.
And then for a child, it's about 35 or so, and then 20 for students or something like that.
Absolutely.
I think that's the cheapest tour anyone can get. The cheapest, because from there, if you want to go to Akosombo, you can't have anything less than 300 cedis.
That's it.
Is the authority looking at the cost, the price of some of these tours that people have to embark on? Because you want to promote domestic tourism as well.
Good, bro. As a matter of fact, the tour operators, in as much as we signed the MOU, let me put it across before I go on to that. This domestic tourism campaign, which we call Experience Ghana, Share Ghana campaign, the campaign was launched by His Excellency on the 1st of June in 2020, in 2021. And since it was launched, we've had an increase in our domestic tourism. Initially during the time of COVID, in 2019, before COVID, we had a boom in domestic tourism, about 600,000, right? And then in 2020, 2021, we had limited numbers. It came down to 200,000 and 300,000. Now we are climbing steadily to at par with the 600,000 that we had in 2019. So we can confidently say that since we launched the Experience Ghana, Share Ghana domestic tourism campaign as part of our See Ghana, Eat Ghana, and Wear Ghana, Feel Ghana campaign, we have seen significant boost in our domestic tourism. Let me come back to your question. What the authority has done is that as part of the MOU with the Tour Operators Union of Ghana, we have been able to get them to be able to have packages, rebate packages. I wish the tour operators were here to give their view on this, so that you can have their view also in respect of what they have done with the Hotels Association also. Now, the various tourism value chain are speaking with each other, are having a stakeholders conference, a stakeholders forum, where the tour guides are involved, the Hotels Association are involved, the GTA is involved, the travel agents are involved, the tour operators are involved, the tour guides. So all of us are involved. What it means is that we have been able to come to a conclusion where rebates for various tours have been given. Let's say let's say a tour guide is picking a tour to Akosombo, like you mentioned. Maybe it cost about, let's say, 100 Ghana. Okay. Because of the discussions, it will probably drop to 50 Ghana or even 40 Ghana. Do you get it? Yes. So these are the discussions that have gone on and are still ongoing with the Hotels Association, the tour operators, the tour guides, and a host of our tourism value chain. So in order for Ghanaians to have a holistic experience of our domestic tourism, these are some of the measures that have been put in place by the ministry and the Ghana Tourism Authority.
It needs to go down because the country is hard.
Very well.
And people must go out there and see what we have in the country.
Absolutely, bro.
We'll soon talk about toilets on our roads.
Yeah.
Because when you're going for tourism, definitely you need toilets on the road. And it's hard to find them. But I'm sure you tell us something about that. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Kofi Atakakra Kusi. He is the Deputy Head of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tourism Authority. We're talking about Kwewu Easter, we're talking about domestic tourism. But before we even talk about the public toilets on our roads, let's just go a little bit back to the Kwewu Easter celebration that was just held. What were some of the challenges that you faced as an authority?
Good. We had a very successful event, and I would say that one of our major challenge, of course, it's been a major challenge, because if I say a major challenge, what I mean is that we had close to about over 400 people registering to fly the paragliding. A lot of people registered because a lot of thinking, a lot of marketing, a lot of PR went into we expecting people to come and register to fly. And the major challenge had to do with the weather.
Okay.
You do recall when I was giving my submissions, I indicated that we have various local organizing committees that we work with. We worked with the Kwewu East, Kwewu West, Kwewu South district assemblies. We worked also with the Ministry of Health, the Ghana Health Service, the military service, the police service, the Ghana Meteorological Services. So one major challenge at the paragliding site was the weather. The weather was not favorable at all. So you could see that the numbers that we were able to fly dropped. We flew close to about 194 194 flights, and then out of the 194 we had 188 tandem pilots and then flying, and then 6 solo pilots. We were expecting to fly almost everyone, but that notwithstanding, what the authority has put in place is that, you know, we have this corporate paragliding festival which we usually do in September. September, it's usually the tourism month. So in September, our chief executive has indicated that corporate paragliding festival would be held, and that those who couldn't fly obviously would have the opportunity to fly. So our major challenge had to do
with refunds.
What is happening is that we are having a post-mortem. Obviously their monies are not locked up. They are still with us, and that would we are still having a post-mortem, and that's post-mortem we would know how to communicate back to the
Because some of them are not from here.
Yes, some
they
are.
would be leaving. So, you know.
Exactly, my brother. And one thing also is that, you know, because Ghana has been sold out there so well. You do recall when the president visited London, there was a launch of Destination Ghana. Yeah. That launch is to showcase Ghana back to the world after the restrictions have been lifted. And what it means is that Ghana is absolutely ready, open and ready to receive our foreigners, our tourists, people of African descent, our diaspora. So, bro, if you asked with the question where you're saying that some would have to go and come back, of course, we have sold Ghana to the world to understand that they even want to go and come back again. Yes. So, in as much as they have not been able to fly, they would want to go back, go and come back. Already they were here, they have experienced our culture, our heritage, our adventure, our history, our customs, our traditions, and as part of that, they have been able to inculcate themselves in the Ghanaian setting as part of our Experience Ghana, Share Ghana agenda. So obviously, they even want to come back. So they would definitely come back for the Corporate Paragliding Festival.
And the other challenges?
Yes, the other challenges had to do with the various events that went on. Those, I would say, were not challenges, but they were goodwill. We had a number of people at the various events and activities that took place, and that also there were the various tourist sites and attractions. The other challenges also had to do with the tourist sites and attractions. Of course, some of these tourist sites and attractions are the Tourism Authority and the Ministry is looking at bringing them to that global standard. Yes, there are various tourist sites and attractions in the Kwewu Enclave. So in 2019, there was an LI 2393, which was passed by Parliament, Tourist Sites and Attractions Regulations. And that regulations is giving the Tourism Authority a lot of support in order to be able to regulate the activities at the tourist sites and attractions. So you look at the paragliding site, the road to the center was being fixed. As we were there, you could see that the road was still under construction. Those are some of the challenges. But of course, it wasn't too much of a challenge because it was easily motorable. Some of the tourist sites also had some challenges with the roads, which are also being fixed. Some of them would have also been earmarked to be fixed as part of the LI 2393 tourist sites and attraction regulations.
Was that an overflow at Kwewu?
Bro, there was a huge overflow.
Is there any possibility of managing the number of people who could attend such a festival if indeed we can't take in everybody?
Indeed, we can take. We are possible to take almost everyone. All the hotels were full, brother. Yeah. Yes, all the hotels, the guest houses, there were a lot of people, and the traffic. Let me commend the Ghana Police Service. Right. We thought it would have been a challenge, but Dr. Dampare and his men really were up to the game. Yes, you could see the traffic flow was just so excellent. You could see how they brought a certain motorcycle, which of course they call it police visibility. Yeah. It was really on point, advantage point, making sure that traffic flow was really on point. So let me commend once again the Police Administration for the support to the industry. And the tourism industry is a multi-sectoral industry, and we cut across various sectors of the economy. So the security services, the meteorological services, the health services, the military service, all of them did a great job, and it minimized some of the challenges that we thought could have been the case. For example, hitherto, at some point in time, some of the hotels also had some challenges, right? But in recent times when we went, we didn't find those challenges there. Like some of the hotels were not keeping their places well, but we sensitized them for them to make sure that we made them aware of the fact that because of the advent of COVID, we have to be very careful and ensure that the right things are done at the various hotels and various tourism establishments in order for us to have a holistic celebration. So, bro, if you asked, it was a very wonderful experience.
Security was good?
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah. So now let's go back to our domestic tourism discussion, where there's distance between some tourist sites and also some towns. So let's say someone from Accra wants to go to maybe the central part of Ghana, Ashanti region. You can count the number of washrooms you could use on the roads. And we had an interview with the MPA, and they are saying it's under their jurisdiction to make sure that every fuel station has a washroom because it's mandatory per law. However, we still have inadequate washrooms. Is this something that's of concern to the authority?
Yes, you see, sanitation is very key, right? You do not expect that people would do anything anyhow across the routes as they are applying. As people apply the roads, we don't expect them to do anything anyhow. So what the authority has done is that the authority, there is a multi-sectorial committee, right, which we call, there is also an interministerial committee where we have the various top men deal at that level. So this has come to our information, and it has been relayed to the committee. The committee is working assiduously on it. I'm happy that you mentioned NP. I do recall during the time of Tampuli, Hassan Tampuli, Honorable Hassan Tampuli, he's now the MP for Gushegu. I do recall during his time we had an extensive meeting on that, because we've realized that when tours are moving to various tourist sites and attractions, they usually stop at the filling stations. So we had more or less multi-sectorial committee meeting where the NPO was also involved, and then we made sure that our grievances are known, and then also the authority is also looking at how to push the tourism development fund. We have a tourism development fund which is paid 1% from all the patrons who visit the various tourism establishments. So the authority is also looking at also pushing more in terms of looking at the washrooms along the roads to the various tourist sites and attractions, and also the tourism establishments.
Now, when we come to the tour companies or some of the tour organizations that we have, are they all regulated? And are they supposed to be regulated or licensed by the tourism authority?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Good. That is where the tourism authority's work comes to fore. We are mandated by law to register tourism establishment. If I say we are mandated by law to register this establishment, what it means is that the tour operators are licensed by the Ghana Tourism Authority, the hotels are licensed by us, the travel and tour agencies, the pubs, the restaurants. What is it is that the Ghana Tourism Authority has a whole directorate. We call it Standards and Quality Assurance Department. The department ensures that all these tourism value chain establishments are registered and licensed by the authority. That is why if the authority wants to embark on a city tour, we will deal with the tour operators. The tour operators are all licensed by the authority. So on this note, I would urge all travel and tour agencies and tour operators to register also with the authority and also register with the tour operators in order to make sure that your activities are regulated accordingly. Anytime you go by the laid down rules and procedures, your activities obviously are regulated appropriately. So like you asked, we make sure that we regulate all these tourism establishments.
So are we talking about all hotels, all of them, or there are some specific or particular hotels that are supposed to be getting licenses from the authority?
All hotels are expected to be licensed by the authority. Obviously, we have some recalcitrant ones who are in there. Of course, we call on them to come to the authority. As a matter of fact, we have regional offices across the length and breadth of this country. So if you go to Western Region, we have a Western Regional Manager there. You can go there and then you would have access to the office and then register. So all hotels from 1-star to 5-star, everybody, and then guest houses.
Okay.
And then we have some motels. The motels are along the road. Yeah, so all of them are expected to register and then be licensed by the authority. If you are not licensed by the authority has the mandate to close you down appropriately.
Have you gone after anyone before?
Yes, we have. Even in Kwahu, a lot happened there. A week before the Kwahu Easter Paragliding Festival and a week before the Easter celebrations in there, what the authority did was that our Eastern Regional Manager, Frederick A.J. Rudolph, had to visit various hotels across the length and breadth of Kwahu and the Eastern region. A lot of hotels were closed down.
Closed down?
Yes, they were closed down outrightly. Why were they closed down? Some were not adhering to the rules and regulations and the standards that have been set by the authority. Yes. So, and any time when the authority embarks on these, we call it enforcement exercise. When the authority embarks on the enforcement exercise, what happens is that we always ensure that the right things are done. So we embark on it with the Ghana Police Service. They are always with us in order to ensure safety and security.
You mentioned pubs and also bars. Are they also supposed to?
They are all under the Ghana Tourism Authority, yes.
And they are all mandated?
They are all
of them?
mandated, yes.
There are so many of them in every corner.
Exactly, my brother. So, my brother, when you go to any pub, when you go to any hotel, look out for the Ghana Tourism Authority line signs before probably you sleep there, so that just in case something happens, if something happens and they are not registered, then you are in your own hands. Do you get it? So a couple of times we've had reports where issues or activities have gone on within hotels, and the first thing the police would ask is that, do you have a Ghana Tourism Authority license? If you don't have, then you have really faulted the law. Yeah. So that's it, bro. And even in Kwahu, we have this Kwahu Easter travel guide. What we did was that most of the licensed hotels are in this guide. So if you are not, some of them who are not registered are not here. And this guide gives you a whole lot of activities that went on, whatever went on in Kwahu is all in the guide. I think I'll leave this copy with you, my brother.
Thank you very much. So this is quite very nice copy. Is it going to be in every hotel? Is it going to be in our flights?
Good.
Where can we find them?
Good. What is it is that a lot were given out in Kwahu, and then we are trying as much as possible to print a lot more copies for the various institutions. A lot were sent to the hotels in Kwahu, a lot were sent to the pubs, the car rentals, travel and tour agencies, and then even revelers ranging from Obomin to Mprayaso to Etibie to Abetifi and all environment within Kwahu.
What's the next festival, the next big one that's coming up?
Good. The next one it's Pan-African Emancipation Day celebrations, and that is where our we appreciate our heritage as a people. It has to do with the slave trade movement. The slave movement that went on. I told you early on that I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I believe in the Pan-African experience, and it has to do also with the fact that we try to connect with our roots we try to connect with our ancestors for them to, for us to feel part of the history. You know, Marcus Garvey makes a statement that people without a history probably are not worth dying for, isn't it? Good. If you do not have a history, then you are not existent. So we need to entrench our history as a people. If I say we need to entrench our history as a people, what I mean is this. The Ghana Tourism Authority, during the year of return, one of our main selling point had to do, during the year of return, had to do with our heritage sites. And the year of return was tied to the slave trade movement. So you see that our heritage as a people is very important. And it is one selling point which really gives Ghana it gave Ghana the international recognition out there.
So what's the authority going to do during the Emancipation Day? Is there going to be any surprises for us? Is there anything special?
Yes, usually during the Emancipation Day, what the authority does is that we have visits to Asenmanso, Asempraso, those river, those places where the slaves were taken to, and then that is where they had their last bath before they were transported outside there. As a matter of fact, during the year of return really is in 1619, about 400 years, when our ancestors were picked up from Jamestown in Accra here to Jamestown in Virginia. Right. So there is Jamestown also in Virginia, in USA. So it connects with the Panafest Emancipation thing. So this year we are also trying as much as possible to make it big. Why would we say that we are trying as much as possible to make it big? You know, His Excellency the President has launched Destination Ghana in UK, and it dovetails into the year of return, and the follow-up, which is the Beyond the Return. Beyond the Return has about 7 pillars, which of course we are focusing on the pillars, and one has to do with Invest in Ghana, one has to do with Pan-African heritage and innovation. So with that, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to push traffic to Ghana using Destination Ghana and Beyond the Return. In as much as we are doing that, we are also looking at raking in $2.5 billion into the economy.
Well, this is a great feat, and also the monies are huge. Definitely every Ghanaian is also contributing to the tourism industry through the tourism levy. We'll talk about that right after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Kofi Atakusi, and you are the Deputy Head of Corporate Affairs at the Ghana Tourism Authority. You've given us so much insight into the tourism industry in Ghana and how it's operating. And I think this is quite an important discussion, because every Ghanaian should be in on it and also be rooting for more people to come into the country, more people to see our heritage and our culture. And if you don't bring it out, people will just tell your story for you. So we are telling our own story, and we are bringing in people to see them. However, every Ghanaian is also paying some money as tourism levy to the tourism authority. But why so? Because at the end of the day, we also go through domestic tourism and we pay for it. So why do you need to pay extra levy for tourism?
Bro, as a matter of fact, what the tourism levy seeks to achieve as part of the National Tourism Development Plan 2013 to 2027, what the authority is doing and has done is to fashion out the tourism development levy. The tourism development levy is charged on the service that the patron seeks to achieve from the tourism establishment. For example, my brother, if you sleep in a hotel, right, it is rather charged on the establishment that will pay to the authority. So the money you give to the money you will give to the hotel, right? The hotel will charge the 1% on that money and remit back to the authority. Okay. Good. You were asking why is it so? Good. As part of the National Tourism Plan, National Tourism Development Plan, and our marketing strategy, what the authority seeks to achieve is to look at development of our tourist sites and attractions, and that also the development of tourism in general. What I mean is this: when the president launched Destination Ghana in the UK, he mentioned that $40 million is going to be put aside as part of the Ghana Tourism Development Bank project. Ghana Tourism Development Bank project, yes. What it seeks to achieve is to be able to develop the various tourist sites and attractions, and this one we have support also from the World Bank. So we are looking at be able to develop the various tourist sites and attractions across the length and breadth of the country. As I'm speaking with you, renovation works are ongoing at Ebri Botanical Gardens. 1. 2. Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum.
I was going to mention that one because it's been left to rot.
Exactly.
And we still take money.
Work
go
is
there
ongoing.
Nothing.
Yes, my brother.
Work is ongoing.
Work is ongoing.
So
yes.
has it been closed now, or is it still operating?
It is operating, but not because of the works ongoing. The place is not really functioning too much.
The last time I went there, I didn't see any signs of work being done.
Work is ongoing, my brother. As a matter of fact, the funds have been made available, okay. And if you speak with the director of the place, Alaji would indicate to you that yes, renovation works has started, and we hope to achieve the best for that part, because it rakes in a lot into the economy. As a matter of fact, Ebri Botanical Gardens is also there. We have Yasantua Museum in Ejiso is also there. Menchia Museum are all under the World Bank project, where we are trying as much as possible to be able to renovate, refurbish, and to be able to make sure that these tourist sites and attractions are brought to that in global and international standard. So, my brother, if you ask, the tourism levy, it helps in being able to bring our tourism back to fruition. You know, in recent times, most of our activities, most of it has been from the tourism levy, because it helps us to be able to look at where the loopholes are, and then we are able to clip them appropriately.
So which loopholes were there in the past that now have been sealed? What are like the successes of the tourism authority compared to, let's say, 10 years ago or 15 years ago? Good,
bro. You've asked a very good question. Some of the loopholes, I must confess, probably may have to do with the tourist sites and attractions, right? That is why the tourist sites and attractions regulations, LI 2393, came into force in 2019, in order to be able for us to focus more on our tourist sites and attractions, and then packaging of our cultural experiences, packaging of some of the natural experiences, natural resources, our cultural, societal experiences, and all that. So all these had to do with marketing, how we were able to bring up this project development plan in order to make sure that our tourism is up to that international standard. So some of these challenges, of course, since the inception of the tourism levy, we've been able to put them to that. We've been able to make sure that they are brought to that international standard. For example, the roads leading to some of the tourist sites. Okay. Right. You do recall when Kintampo Waterfall, when we had the issue there. You do recall
the incident where someone died.
Exactly. That, for instance, it was the Tourism Development Fund that quickly rushed in to be able to salvage the situation. So if you go to Kintampo now, you realize that the place has been kept very well, and that brought to fruition the tourism levy, the tourism levy, the tourism regulations. That is the LI 2393, Tourist Sites and Attractions Regulation. So obviously, since we got the tourism levy, it has helped the authority to plan. Right. Planning has become one of our major things that we do because of a little bit of funding around, so that we are able to know where we need to put the trucks.
Besides Kakum, we have other canopy walkways in the country. I know there's one in Tema area. There's another around Akosombo and other places. Have they all been certified by the Tourism Authority?
Most of these places, what it is that we have our Product Development and Investment Directorate, and they are looking at all these places, those places that needs to be certified. It goes through some rigorous scrutiny. Okay. So as I'm speaking with you, all those places are being looked at through our Product Development and Investment wing, so that we do not falter with the law. They do not also falter with the law. We make sure that each and every one is within the confines of the law.
Helicopter tours, do you have that yet? No? Is it in the plans?
It's something that would definitely come in the plans. Of course, you know that there is an airport that would happen in the eastern region, and it's to open up the eastern region. So moving on and on, obviously, we are expecting to have such initiatives. And like I said, it is tourism. The engine of the tourism industry mainly has to do with the private sector. It is mainly private sector driven. So we are looking at a time when investment, one of the pillars like I mentioned as part of the Beyond the Return is invest in Ghana. So we are looking at our indigenous entrepreneurs investing into some of these tours, helicopter tours, and then we are able to bring helicopters and then have tours with it and all that. It gives, and you know, when you are in, it's just like how the drone will do its work, isn't it? But you have a personal experience of how the place, for example, when you and I, when we travel, we are in this plane, of course, you see, when you watch down, you see a whole lot of array, like a whole lot.
And we hope not to see galamsey pits and all sorts of things that we're not supposed to see. All right, but let's talk about outbound tourism, where Ghanaians go out there to other places. Does the authority have a hand in that as well? Because so many countries are coming up, and there are some places Ghanaians go and then they are not allowed entry, and some people suffer at certain countries where you might not even expect people to be rejected or returned. Do you have a hand in those traveling outside Ghana for touristic purposes?
What the authority does is that we directly liaise with the Ghana Immigration Service and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So at any point in time when Ghanaians have issues, when they have issues, of course, anytime they call on us, what we do is that if it has to be referred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ghana Immigration Service, we do that. What the authority also does is that we, as an authority, we are mandated by the law by the law, as in the Tourism Act, Act 817/2011, passed in 2011. What it mandates us is to market the country out there. So, as an authority, we always undertake international fairs and exhibitions. Recently, personally, I also came from South Africa. It was a wonderful experience because you are able to pool the pull factor. You pull people, you pull tourists, you pull the diasporans into this country, right? It's a way of the authority also trying as much as possible to be able to market ourselves out there. Once we go out there, and our fellow Ghanaians who always go out there, they also engage in a form of marketing, in a form of support to the authority in terms of marketing. They go out there and market and then bring people in here. For example, the tour operators, they always go out there and then they bring clients in here. So it helps us to be able to streamline our activities as an authority.
Qatar or Ghana? Dubai or Ghana? I'm sure this question, if you ask a lot of Ghanaians, they might say, oh, Dubai or Qatar, because they see very beautiful pictures. They see all the lights. they see everything like that. Those in Ghana will tell you the roads are dark, and sometimes the roads, or most of the time, the roads are really bad. Is this something that might change anytime soon?
We are virtually looking at making sure Ghana becomes #1 or the preferred tourist destination in West Africa, and probably even the entire Africa. You know about the Marine Drive tourism development project. The Marine Drive is expected to house a number of projects in there, a number of high-rising hotels, number of our tourism value chain are expected to be there. So Rome obviously was not built in a day, my brother. So we expect that the tourism authority will we are putting the necessary measures in place. Also, like I said, we are a multi-sectoral agency, so we liaise with the various sectors of the economy. Where the energy ministry needs to come in, we bring them in. Where the forestry, where the environment ministry needs to come, we bring them in. Where the foreign affairs needs to come in, we bring them in. So that multi-sectorial committee, interministerial committee, is also working, where we are foreseeing that in the near future, Ghana would obviously also become like Dubai. Obviously, Ghana, we peg ourselves with, we look at how Kenya, we look at how Rwanda, we look at how Tanzania and their tourism is also booming. We as a country also have ours booming, but obviously as it is, we are looking at making Ghana the preferred tourist destination in West Africa. In as much as we are doing that, we are also looking at raking in as much into the economy. And you know, bro, we can leverage on tourism to make up this country. Trust me, I'm telling you. Tourism is a driving force of any economy. That is why successive governments over the time, I must commend successive governments over the time, have been able to invest into the tourism industry. They have always been able to bring tourism to that pedestal. More especially, let me say, this few years, we've had the year of return bringing in tourists beyond the return, and now Destination Ghana. It is a wake-up call for investors, for them to come on board and invest into the tourism industry. As they invest, it means that we are going to have these skyscrapers and all those, you know, it takes a while to be able to get there. But if we are able to make tourism the #1 foreign exchange earner in the country, we are expected to get to the level of Dubai, like you mentioned, to the level of Qatar and all that. So, bro, we will get there.
Some time ago, we used to call ourselves as Ghana Gateway to Africa. What's the new slogan?
Thank you. You've asked a very good question. The new slogan is Ghana, center of the world. If we say center of the world, what we mean is this. Ghana being the center of the world, the longitude and latitude meet at a point in Tema. So Ghana is virtually the center of the world. Let me give you a story, bro. When I went to South Africa, right, I addressed a gathering of a lot of tourism practitioners at Meetings Africa. That was sometime late February, early March. I addressed them with the center of the world, and come and see, it was laughter all over. Everybody was laughing, and they wanted to know what is it about Ghana that we have, that we call ourselves the center of the world. Of course, Ghana is the center of heritage. Ghana is the center of culture. Ghana is the center of adventure, just as paragliding. Ghana is the center of architecture. If you go to Menchia Palace Museum, you look at our architecture and it's awesome. Our culture and traditions and our customs. Most of our diasporans and people of African descent come into the country just to experience. So obviously, those who couldn't fly, they will be coming back to be able to experience more of our tourism value chain, all that we have. Of course, they would like to experience. So, bro, if you ask, Ghana is the center of the world.
Kofi Ata Kakra Kusi, I think you can sell anything. And you are selling Ghana. Well, thank you for doing that. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. You can watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and also on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Abambe told you say a Supreme Court abo Sema Justice Abdullahi edikokoto omanim no amabo atoegu na wuchie ma judges ahodo nko enkron na cheso mobo asemi etuguye na omanfo ebeka na sentimo bosomi obenim bosomi de toso enkron na Supreme Court editu you say we deputy speaker wo mashebedwama say speaker of parliament eni wonom na chese udi dwuma bia wo mashebedwama ne bekoso bia no obetumi do ho afore na eba ora friend say Justice Abdullahi Etrioma ono de nya Supreme Court kan na nya de ono omo ya adwene anasa ochina nti ono de ono ankasa ekọ na chese wa file case e de akwakotia omo anampo professor ye mfifi mu anampo nchirichimu se na be obetumi ate ase ye ne no e na ba beto dwa say ade a judges nkro motena asem ne so no abo ato egu esanso mu chirema enyina so apapa nke wo so ogina so e de ye no nye no no de bae enti ye kasa ide ade anasem no ya bo ato egu e wo Supreme Court.
Dani den na ye kasa nipa de wo honom na obi wo honom a wo pese wo mbo na abaso a eya na wabo na abaso abra ote ase wo baye nso na waye ne ntem na mentwen se obewu ansa na wabo no abaso na eno na ye GhanaWeb akwakoduedue ma ndi omukọ mbremu ekwohwehwe ye mbaba wa miensen bi a che so mo de mbaba wa son no kra broni be friend say they are very young some mbaba wa miensen okolo ejuma no mu a omakodru mu yie pam ena che se GhanaWeb abomodin a eyi omu baako akom ho na baako ene adwoa amoako ejei eye Karala ono na chese echema wedi infi 28 years ono no ade a 2020 afinum no okopie mu Gambia na afensu Ghana-Bassam no ye student course bi read law course bi read wo hono mu de ade a omutumi bo na baso ye pan as the best student na ono na chese owie ye nso wan fans hono mu a wo ye wo no April 1994 na wan fans hono mu owie nso wasanso ebie ne law firm a no nkasa ne law ejuma ye friend say amoako ejei law consultant osanso business lady at entrepreneur broni befre na enya asem keto akram na osanso krampo true book bi ananse o launch your friend is a mix up na yakọ oba otoso mienu nso your friend is ama aboaje da Costa na ono nso ade a ono yawo no 17th April 1999 na sa ama da Costa ade owie University of Ghana 2015 eja oto co school o Ebrigels no owie school 2012 owie na chese wan fans ho na eja o graduate ye University of Ghana 2019 no call nenima de call ye Ghana School of Law no so okotoa na disua ho fefefe na obechema French kasa no so call court sesia no ya dia okogirem ye barrister ono mo ogirem ono na oka French ne de nya asem keto akra na nya otoso kwakra so aye no so your friend say Elizabeth Owusua ono nso ya de ono nso obo no humodin ye pa ye chema okonfanti man girls aye no was Central Region afen so o sanso kra nurse ono no ejuma no de abomu hie no nurse na afen so sanso law practitioner nya asem keto akra sa mbaba wa miensan we na ya de o ma bom humodin ye pa GhanaWeb susu say o say yetumi ebo mabaso e de omu pie abonten se na ebe ya anya afian so mu ewu na ekwa bobo o mabaso na na chese mu chire mu so enye se omu nkwa na ya bom di no mo ya de na emom na mu chire ma mbaba wa bebre ewo imrejuma mu omu so ebo omu humodin ye pa na sa mbaba wa miensan we na GhanaWeb ye omu adwen so mu di omu di ebetudwa.
Guys, we are back again, Charlie. We are back again. We are back again. We are back again, guys. You're back again, Charlie. Guys, I hope you're doing amazing. I am super excited. I'm currently in Durban, South Africa. Guys, South Africa has been on my list. It's amazing how like you create content and you're like, oh, are people even going to watch? It's amazing that people are actually watching me and eyes are on me. Like, guys, I feel super blessed. Like, I literally want to cry right now. We got here yesterday and it's been so surreal. Guess what? Your girl has a tag! What? Guys, so I tweeted something yesterday and I said, if this isn't God, I don't know what else it is. So let me give you guys a backstory, right? I sincerely want to cry. I hope I don't tear up. I sincerely hope I don't tear up. So I received a DM on Instagram from a rep, and she was like, oh, hi, I want to send you an email. And I just responded. I was like, okay, yeah, here's my email. And she sent me an email, and she's like, oh, you've been selected as one of the few content creators to come experience Africa's travel in Durban 2022. So initially when the email came, I was like, oh, maybe it's a scam. But after all, what do you lose? Let me follow up. I followed up and boom, I am in South Africa. Thank you so much, South African Tourism Board. Thank you so much, Africa's Indaba, like Travel Indaba. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Travel SA for this opportunity. It's amazing that I am the only female travel vlogger that has been invited. In fact, we are two. It's me and Wedembaya. Like, who would have thought? Like, I'm out of words. I'm sincerely very, very happy, and thanks so much for the opportunity. I also want to say that this is just the beginning to greater things to come. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I want to cry right now. So let's talk about how I had the visa before coming to South Africa. So Ghanaians require visa from Ghana to South Africa, so I applied through the VFS. She sent me an invitation, my ticket, and other documents which I attached. Paid an amount of 300 and something, 340 cedis at the VFS office. Then I applied. So after a week, they sent me a text that my passport was ready for pickup. I went and boom, I have the South African visa. So that's how I was able to get the South African visa here. After today, I'm going to be sharing with you amazing videos from South Africa, to be precise, Durban. I'm really, really happy. I've been smiling, like my cheeks even hurt out of smiling. Like, God has been good. If this isn't God, like, what else I did, like. And to you all that support me, I want to say thank you so much. I'm super excited. So let's rewind how the whole trip started from yesterday. Let's go right into the video. Guys, I'm super excited. I'm super excited. Guys, I haven't been to the airport to see this crowd, and guys, like everywhere is busy. I'm super excited. I am going to South Africa, for the very first time, and of course you all are coming along. I can't travel without you. You know, you're my best friend. You know, you're my sweetheart. You're my partner. You're my Charlie. So let's go. I'm here. I came very early. The flight is at 10:50 and check-in ends at 9:50. So I'm here early. It's 7:35 and I'm going to check in. I was hoping to get more pictures, like with nobody in the background, but it looks like I have to do with what I have. Everybody is traveling. Where are you all going? Like, where are you all going? So yeah, I'm about to check in and take you along. So let's go. Guess who I saw? So, you know the funny thing, when the list came in, because he usually uses Wodemaya, I had forgotten his name. He's called Akon. So I look at the name and I was like, Akon, who is Akon?
It's Wodemaya.
And I'm like, I know Akon, but I didn't know the bed code, not knowing that that's his real name.
You're exposing me, eh?
So if you all want to know his real name, he's called Berthold Akon. Yeah. So yeah, he's part of the theme, and I'm super excited. Are you excited?
Of course I'm excited. You know why? Because I'm traveling Stella Chanelli. The energy alone on this trip.
I will transfer my energy a little bit to you.
Please do so.
Yes. What am I? It's a celebrity.
This is the first time I came to Ghana also when you're making documentaries about
I'm sure with the Maya is so used to this now. So the immigration is really packed. Like we are in a very long queue, and yeah, Steven, say hi to Steven. Steven is Wadamaya's videographer and editor.
What's up, everyone? This is Tickets.
So yeah, this trip is really going to be fun because the whole crew is on this trip, and I'm super excited you all are coming along. So they just gave us socks, toothbrush, and Pepsodent or something. Yeah. About to start the trip. It's currently very cold here, and so we're about to set off, and of course you guys are coming along. It's now 10:35. We should leave in the next 10 minutes, and yeah, I'm super excited. It's my first time. Welcome to South Africa. I'm currently here, super excited. Good weather. I'm sure it's about 6 a.m. now. I'm super excited. So the final destination is Durban. So we're going to pick our baggage and head to the domestic. Yay! I'm sure you can tell from my face I had been sleeping, but I had just like 3 hours, 4 hours sleep. And yeah, Maya is way behind there. How was the trip?
It was very good, but it's so funny. The moment we started the plane, I started sleeping. I didn't eat, I didn't drink any water. The last thing that I heard was, we are about to land. Can you take off your clothes and put it under the seats?
Look at him, and the way the aircraft was so cold, he didn't even carry what's it called, a jacket.
No jacket.
Yeah, but this is how it looks like from here. Here is nice. This is how it looks like from here. I think their airport is beautiful. I'm waiting for Maya. Maya is like way behind. So yeah, this is a good welcome, and I'm super excited. Like anything that has got to do with like traveling, airports. Well, people say they don't like traveling, they don't like the airports, but I love it. Like the mere fact that you are seeing a new country, the mere fact that you are seeing somewhere different alone is like, it's exciting. And the fact that I am here, invited, wow, like who would have thought? Like I literally want to cry right now because I'm really, really, really happy, and I'm blessed, and I want to say a big thank you to our hosts, and I'm super excited. Yeah, so let's go. As soon as I settle down, I'll give you food. This airport is one of the busiest airports in Africa, and also one of the biggest, so I can understand. We've been walking. We have still not gotten to our gate, our domestic gate. Wow.
Yeah.
How many times have you been here?
This is the third time I'm using this airport.
And how does it feel being back?
Nostalgia. South Africa always lives in my heart. And anytime I come here, it feels good to be back in SA, man. It's just that I'm hoping that they'll give me good food, not pap and what they call it, pap and meat.
So if you don't know who Wadamaya is, please just head to his channel right now. Yeah, head to his channel.
Yeah, man, how are you?
You see, just when I mentioned his name, somebody recognized him because he's wearing a nose mask. So if you don't know who he is, please head to his channel. He's doing amazing, and we are going to be together the entire trip. So I'm super excited you all are coming along. We are about to board. The airport is really big, and I must say I'm really impressed. So we are about boarding to Durban. Just got my bag and I'm about to leave Durban to explore the city with you all. So they have arranged a pickup for us, so I'm sure our names will be there. We are yet to meet them and leave to the town to see what Durban is. This feels surreal. Thank you so much, South African tourism. Thank you so much, SA. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to experience everything. Like, guys, I'm taking you I'm sharing every bit of everything with you. I'm not leaving anything behind, because this one dear. The sun was cold when we get here, and it's very warm. Oh, nice and warm. Yeah. So. Meet AJ, say hi. Hi. Yeah, and it's very hot now. I think it's time to remove my jacket. We're currently here about to have lunch, and the place is called Circles. And of course, you guys, you know I said I was going to take you everywhere. This is my passion fruit.
Like banana with peanut butter.
Does it taste good?
Very good.
And this is your meal. Yours came earlier. Oh, this is nice.
It looks nice. I hope it tastes.
Cheers. Cheers. So this is my meal. I'm having prawns with mashed potatoes. And this is... So far, my meal was a good choice. Like, I don't regret it at all. This is really good, especially when I added the lemon to the prawns. It gives it a different unique taste.
improve productivity. This morning, we will receive a presentation from the substantive minister and member of parliament for Efia constituency in the Western region, Honorable Joseph Kujo. So he will be giving us the presentation, but as I mentioned, I would like to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us this morning. We acknowledge the presence of general managers of SIGA. I can see my brother Steve with us this morning. We also have the policy advisor at the Ministry of Public Enterprises, Mr. Samuel Enning. Mr. Enning, if you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have the Chief Director at the Ministry, Ms. Christina Edmond. Chief, if you are here, we acknowledge you. And we have, of course, the Minister responsible for Public Enterprises and MP for Efia. I would like to also acknowledge the government spokespersons and journalists who have joined us this morning. So without wasting my time, I'll call on the Honorable Minister to give us his introductory remarks, and we'll come back to you for your questions.
What Ghana is doing, what Ghana government is doing, what does current government is doing so far as the SOE sector is concerned, to ensure that we contribute meaningfully to the development of the economy. My presentation to you will follow the outline as you see there. First, I'll introduce what we're doing in the public enterprises space and give you an overview of the sector. I will tell you the problems as we've all known it and the achievements so far as we try to solve the problems and the way forward, what our thinking has been, and looking forward to deal with the problems in a holistic way. And then the conclusion we can all go away with. The Minister for Public Enterprises, myself, was appointed by His Excellency the President to oversee the interest of the state in specified entities. And when we talk about specified entities, we mean state-owned enterprises, which is a term we are very much aware of. And these are entities the government owns 100% and are meant to be commercial in their operations. That is to say, operate, generate profits, and pay dividend to government to support government budget. And then we have JVCs, joint venture companies. That category of companies too are those Ghana government have invested taxpayers' money in with the private sector in co-investment arrangements. So you would say the company is such that Ghana government who own shares with some private sector investors. This group of companies are part of the specified entities. The mandate, okay, and then there is OSC. OSC, the SIGA Act 990, talks about the OSC as other state entities. These are entities that government have invested so much funds in, and they are supposed to deliver public policy function. I will cite an example to let you know this category. Like DVLA, you're not saying DVLA should operate to make profit per se, but to ensure that people who operate vehicles on our roads and similar equipment are licensed to competently handle this equipment for safety. So something like that, you're not expecting them to operate profitably, but to operate efficiently. These are in the category we call OSCs, or other state entities, and there are a lot of them. That's a similar enterprises. Our mandate, or my mandate as Minister for Public Enterprises, is to provide input into formulation of policy, regulation, and also direction for this public enterprises. And we do this through oversighting SIGA. SIGA was established through an act of parliament, the SIGA Act 990. And it is one entity which has become so important as we try to oversight the specified entities in these three categories as have been outlined above. The specified entities, as we know, and I want all of us to avert our minds to, is that they play a very critical role in the economy, and by virtue of the impact their operations make, are instrumental to the public finances, either positive or negative, depending on how they, their operations and the operations outcome turn out to be. And they can be found in all key sectors of the economy. If we take the transportation sector, for example, we see the state participating in that sector through STC, which we all know. If we take insurance sector, we see the state participating in the sector through SIC. If we take housing, construction sector, we see TDC, we see state housing participating in that sector of the economy, and so on. If we take financial services sector, we see ADB, GCB Bank, and so on, NIB participating in that sector. So the general statement we want to make is that across all sectors of the economy, we see the state participating in the sector, playing a very critical role in that sector. And I must say they are very significant, and the specified entities together recorded combined revenue of 130 billion Ghana cedis in financial year 2020. So by the sheer value of their combined revenue, it tells you how significant they are in the economy. And they recorded total net profit of 12 billion in financial year 2020. Don't forget the SCs comprise the SOEs, which our emphasis in public discourse has always been on. We're always talking about the SOEs, but the SIGA Act introduces the general term specified entities in the three categories. The combined profit generated from that space is in excess of 12 billion. But I know our public discourse has always focused on the losses. And, you know, as we chastise non-performance in every enterprise, we have to also applaud the performers so that our evaluation and assessment of performance will be complete. So we should take note of that. And total assets, which emphasize the significance of the SC sector, as 417 billion, as reported in financial year 2020. Per the 2020 state ownership report, the SCs employed 76,949 employees. So you can imagine the job creation they have given us. That's people in active employment. And we know that if we grow the specified entities, expand them, then they will contribute to job creation. And at this stage, I must say that the president's effort is clear when it comes to job creation, that there is the public sector restructuring that is ongoing to make sure that the SOEs, JVCs, and other state entities operate and expand and generate jobs to complement what private sector is also doing under the one district, one factory. And we know that if you're handling the economy, this economy is both public and private participation, so far as economic activities are concerned. So whatever the public sector is doing to complement what private sector is doing, we must be having the understanding that 1D, 1F is meant for industrialization, and it can't be done in isolation. The services they need to succeed certainly comes from the public sector, so that decisions in the private sector can be made faster. you know, I didn't see the screen there. Thanks for your attention. Because I was asking myself that we are not being efficient. We should have put something in front of me. But thank you, you've done it. Okay, so this we can then take an overview of the sector. We are saying that the specified entities, let's count them, 177 of them, enterprises or entities. So you can imagine how widespread they are in the economy of the country. And the SOEs or the state-owned enterprises are 51. Joint venture companies, as I mentioned earlier, they are 44 in number, and other state entities, there are 82 in number. Problems of the public sector space. I believe that any academic literature, anybody on the street, any person who has averted his performance assessment to the public enterprises space knows the problems. Because we have highlighted the problems enough in this country. But for our purpose and for this government effort at solving the problems, three clear channels have been developed, and this flows from World Bank report, which gives support to government to delineate the problems for effective solution. First, we have fragmented oversight. That is to say, 177 entities, government has invested in them. Government should oversight them to deliver the results we all need. And yet, one entity or one government institution will be handling a small portion. Another will be handling another aspect. Another will be, when oversight is fragmented like that, you don't get the desired result. And I must compare this with the private sector. We all say private sector, they operate profitably. They do well, they do this, they do this. It is because oversight of a private sector and every oversight of private sector entity is aligned. You have the shareholder who has invested, oversighting the board of directors they have appointed, and the board of directors are oversighting the management team, and the management team is oversighting the staff or the workers. This line, which gives a single reporting line in management, is effective. The state has not benefited from this structure since independence. And I can there say that it is the absence of this aligned oversight structure which has eluded the country and has resulted in the accumulated losses and collapses of public enterprises over the years. For the first time in the history of this country, there is a single state entity which is acting or has been mandated to be the shareholder and play the shareholder interest and think like the shareholder, oversight board of directors, for board of directors to also in turn oversight management teams who will ensure that workers work the way they should. And this enterprise is SIGA, State Interest and Governance Authority. It's not happened before in the history of this country. So we can look forward to a solution. And I'm not surprised the results that we've started seeing is providing the evidence that this structure has begun to work effectively for us. The second problem, lack of compliance, transparency and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe that when I took office just a year ago, trying to visit some of these public enterprises, I met a situation where an appointee of the president, His Excellency Adinkra Group, has prevailed upon his staff to prepare and be updated in their financial report, which was lacking for 8 years, 8 solid years. I've had instances where accounts had not been prepared for 10 years for some public entities. I hazard to say that when you have an investment as a shareholder or as a state, and accounts are not prepared and audited, it is a recipe for corruption. A big recipe for corruption. Because it means that whatever is going on in there, you don't have an idea. But as soon as you cause accounts to be prepared and up to date, then you are tackling corruption effectively in the entity. So we have instances where the CEOs have gotten their account updated, and we'll see it going forward. We'll see some going forward, and the kind of restructuring and facelifting they are bringing to bear on the public investment we have in the SOEs. And we have also been aware of continuous non-performance. That is loss-making. As for loss-making, I think it's become a chorus in our public discourse when we discuss the SOE sector. So these problems, we are dealing with them head-on with the structure that we have now. So, achievements so far, ladies and gentlemen, we have succeeded achieving structural alignment for improved governance and oversight. Now the structure is so clear. Like I said, for the first time, a Minister for Public Enterprises appointed to focus on the sector, and SIGA, Act of Parliament, promulgated to establish this institution, and then boards are in place, and their capacities are being built to deliver effective outcomes, and management are being prevailed upon to ensure profitable and efficient operations. So we have seen increased compliance in reporting. We've seen transparency and accountability. We've seen what we call the state ownership report in publication. It was like we're joking with it, and in 2016 there were just 18. But under this government, in 2017, we have had in the state ownership report enhanced content, improved content. We had in 2017 49 companies reporting. That's more than 100% reporting. And then in 2018, we had 77 of them reporting. And these are comprehensive, improving the scope of the reporting, information to throw out there into the public domain to inform public discourse. In 2019, we moved from 77 to 106 specified entities reporting. And we didn't stop there. In 2020 state ownership report, 132 have reported. And if you have 132 companies updated in their accounts from 18 to 132 in just a 4-year span, then you know the enormity of work that has gone into it. And I commend the SIGA team. I commend the Ministry of Finance, PIAD, Public Investment and Asset Division, the team in there, and also effort from Control and Accountant General's Department. A lot of effort has gone in there for us to achieve this level of financial reporting, and we're not stopping. We will keep moving until we achieve 100% updated reporting, so that management decisions can be made. Because without financial information, how do you manage your entities going forward? That is what the private sector does to achieve the kind of results they keep achieving for the private entities. And the state, under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the Vice President, really mean to throw more light into the public financial reporting, especially in the specified entity space. So we have also the achievements so far. We've achieved improved performance of the SOE sector. And naturally, it follows. When you are getting the financial reports and you are looking through them and asking boards and management questions, then they in turn oversight the staff to exact more performance and commitment from them to deliver the result we want. Structural alignment, specifically, like I said, establishment of SIGA, appointment of Minister for Public Enterprises, development of policy documents, and state ownership policy, which is a very interesting document if it comes out, will inform government managing the specified entities using investment portfolio strategies. That we have a whole literature and skill sets to manage investment portfolios. The private funds are using them. For the first time, those knowledge will find expression in the public space as we look at the entities together and analyze policy directions and make policy decisions regarding their performance. So state ownership policy is in the offing. The SIGA team and the PR team have speedily developing them for cabinet approval for its implementation. And then Code of Corporate Governance, Performance Management Framework, Equity Study. Equity Study is another document that comes of a very important significance because this is a study flowing from Ernst & Young and KPMG to make recommendations specific entity by entity that in this entity state interest must be divested because of reason A, B, or C. This entity must be listed on the stock exchange because it is attractive enough to attract the public to invest in, or this entity, it is defunct, it has collapsed. So the state, as an investor, dispose of this asset, the asset you have in there, to generate some value to support your activity. So that document will go for cabinet approval sooner than you think, and then we will start implementing the recommendations in the equity study. When it comes to structural alignment for ownership management, improved governance and oversight, we have done board orientation, introduction and training of board secretaries. In fact, training of board secretaries, I think it's the first of its kind, so that in the boardroom, you would see effective minutes taken and organized board members' activity, and then you'll be able to have the boards delivering effectively. We've had board evaluations, training of board, engagement with board and executive heads of the SCs, and so on. These are all important to build the capacities of the president's appointees. That, I must say, first and foremost, you appoint good people, and we have very good people heading the specified entities, and also very proficient and competent people making up the boards. But you bring them in line with the entity's own mandate, and you focus their skills and experiences and the profile to deliver the result government is looking for. When it comes to issue of increased compliance and report and transparency and accountability, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this data that we are saying that the compliance improvement expresses itself in the numbers as you see over the period 2016 to 2020. And so, like I said, from 18 to 132 companies reporting, we have really improved compliance, because in the past, you hardly get the companies reporting to enable you to take effective decisions for their way forward. Improved performance. The SCs, specified entities, are improving in their performance. There's a bold statement I want to make to the public for all of us to start getting excited. The data, as you see, is showing, as you look at the graph, you see performance improvement over the period that we've been compiling the state ownership report. And I think when you get a copy of the state ownership report, you can digest and understand that the performance has been improving. I must say again, not with a hazard of repeating myself, that as we get excited by the loss making and always focusing on loss making, performance isn't one direction thing. Those that are doing well must be applauded. So the media must throw excellences on them. In that case, when they are encouraged, those that are lagging behind in performance will be motivated to also come along in their performance. So these details, I think you would need time to digest, but we have seen improved profitability in the SOE sector over the period that we've compiled the state ownership report. Next slide, please. Loss reduction, which is what has engaged our attention. I must even say, you can cite Ghana Water, the size of the loss it made in 2019, and compare with the loss it made in 2020. ECG, same. The loss was bigger in 19 and smaller in 2020. And all these list of companies, as you see, Greatco, VRA, ECG, Ghana Ports, all of them are undergoing what we call turnarounds. You know, when you meet a company or you take over a company to manage and the company is steep or deep in losses, say reporting 1 billion losses, and then you take charge and you're able to cut the loss, you've done well. But you are yet to turn the loss making into profitability. We call it turnaround. Turnaround always starts with you take a venture that is bad and you start implementing measures to cut the losses, and you reach a break even, and then you start reporting profit. All these entities that we see were steep in losses, and under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's governance, we have seen them, the kind of people, their competence, we've seen them turn around the companies, and some are already reporting profits. They have gone through the loss curtain and are reporting profits. The performance improvement. Let's share the story of Ghana Publishing, which really excites me and also shows what has been happening in several of the specified entities. This is just to tease us at the entity level to see what has been happening. Let's listen to the Ghana Publishing story. Thank you.
Sampaetia Obayan Sapuso Bundia one kana sam Tema to some kakre wa supeme Yo Cote oh man ya woman oh man ya mama Yeni baby ako wacha za ya wareni Wonsom wanini pa asadipa wofio ye Yamo yembe Ama
the video, you'll see the situation before and after. So just look at what is happening. The facelifting that has happened, and also find expression in the financial report. That is how you should look at this video. So the compound before, it was like a certain compound in a certain village. Meanwhile, this is in Accra, central part of Accra, central business district of Accra, and the state was having an entity sitting there with such a compound under government in the past. But look at the compound today. The sales point where customers interface with the company. Look at how it was. And this was the face of a state enterprise. You look at this. This is sales point, the living legends. Today, a well-organized sales point. Very well organized. We have moved from the living legends. You see? And then accounting. If you are doing such manual accounting, how can you be up to date? When they ask you for any financial information, you have to go and plow the books. You go into mining for information. How can the media be getting information up to date to even be assessing? How can the public assess them? IT office. If your IT office looks like this, how can government digitalization take? I can't believe it. But today, you see a workstation, the place is computerized. If you look at the typesetting, which is the core of their activities as a publishing company, today, that activity is also computerized. And you see the face of a private sector firm showing up. The image, the corporate image of Ghana Publishing completely changed. The press units, what they do. If your press unit is organized like this under a certain government, isn't it a reflection of the government's performance? Today, the story is different from this. And this is where the public should be focusing attention. Because there's a reflection of non-performance of a government. And so, entity by entity across 177 of them, if we turn them around, it becomes part of the government-own performance. And there's a space we have left out as a country for so long, and for which reason job creation and so on has been lagging. So, as the public, we should take interest in these things. I must also say that we say maintenance culture. Maintenance culture, it's part of the complaints we make. If you have public investment or public asset or public entity and no maintenance takes place, you are running it down until it collapses. So what Ghana Publishing has demonstrated I must say it's not them alone. You would see around you that a lot of the public assets are being maintained, are being refurbished, are given the image that we deserve as citizens that are developing. We cannot continue to have public assets look the way they look and private assets very nice and expect that the situation can continue. His Excellency the President, the Vice President, digitalization, computerization, everything that is ongoing is just to achieve a developing country that is good looking. The way forward, ladies and gentlemen, is that we strengthen the capacity of boards and management of specified entities to deliver the results we so desire of them. We're developing an operational SIGA Act 2019. We want the regulations to give more effective outcomes from the law. And we're engaging with boards and executive heads of specified entities and other stakeholders. To this end, we've been organizing annual policy and governance forum. We're doing business development forum, and we're having breakfast meetings with CEOs and so on. This is planned to ensure continuous engagement with those that are managing and oversighting the specified entities. We're implementing state ownership. We're developing state ownership policy, the code of corporate governance, performance management framework, like I said, equity study, asset verification and valuation of defunct entities, that is, those entities that have collapsed, what we can get out of them. And all these are meant to bring the results we so desire from the public enterprise space. Compliance is everything for me, because our various laws state a lot of compliance, and we have to ensure that the public enterprises comply with the requirement of the law and deliver the results we want. When it comes to performance, we have tightened the performance indicators in the performance contracts that have been the tradition. We know in the past, State Enterprises Commission were signing performance contracts, but the content were not as elaborative as what SIGA has done today, and keeps improving it so that we can have tighter performance contracts. And when we administer it well and ensure that the specified entities comply and achieve the results and the target set in, then we will see the performance we want from them. We plan listing some entities on the stock market. And, when it comes to listing of companies, let me say that the public as investors, you and I, will only be interested in companies that are profitable to invest in. And so when I hear some people say, oh, put them on the stock exchange, they jump the first question. Have you made them attractive such that if you are listed on the stock exchange, the public as investors, you and I, will buy the shares? And so we should be mindful of the fact that we have to turn around the companies that are meant for listing. And then when they attain profitability, when the shares are put on the stock market, people will invest because investors like profitable entities to invest in. The big one, which is to engender very interesting oversight by all the public included, is the Public Enterprises League Table. When you hear league table, the competition it engenders among the participants in a league is always enough for everybody to set up. So for the first time, we're going to rank the performance of the public enterprises, when we rank them, it is expected that those that are doing well will be encouraged to do better, and those that are not doing well will be encouraged to do better. So, if you are last in the table, in the league table, fortunately you won't be relegated. You are not going on relegation like a typical soccer league table. But this one, you provide, when you are last or at the bottom, then it means that the effort we should make to enable you start performing should be increased. You should be given more attention, maybe more resources, maybe more training, maybe injection of capital, maybe a relook at your business or your mandate, and resources in general. Then in that case, we'll also bring them in line with performing entities. But I think that we're going to invite the press this Friday, right, to make a presentation of the Public Enterprises League table to you to understand, so that when we publish the first results of the ranking, you'll be able to follow and assess what has been done. I believe in May, the league table will be published, and we'll all be using it to know those that are doing well, clap for them. Those that are not doing well, cheer them up to do well. It will be our last. We only mean to make sure that all of them are performing. So let's look forward to the Public Enterprises League table. Thank you. In conclusion, I must say that the specified entities, that is the state-owned enterprises, the joint venture companies, and the other state entities will continue to play a significant role in the economy, and opportunities exist for them to make real contribution to the development of the nation. We are hopeful that the strategies proposed here would lead to the desired outcomes, and we'll all be happy. Job creation in the public sector space will complement 1D, 1F by the government, and we'll all be good as a country. Appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, after listening to Honorable Joseph Kujo, you would realize that one of the most important ministries in this country is actually the ministry responsible for public enterprises. Because we all know that for those who were not happy about wastage, about poor asset management, about lack of accountability, poor customer service, and lack of productivity within the public enterprises, we would appreciate the fact that any fair assessment of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's led government, through which we have the benefit of a very experienced and hard-working minister in the person of Honorable Joseph Kujo, you would realize that any fair assessment of government performance, if you look at entities specifically, one after the other, look at the likes of NAFCO, the National Food and Buffer Stock Company, GHOC, Ghana Trade Fair Company Limited, Ghana Publishing Company Limited, among others. Most of those companies were places we do not regard. But I know that taking this responsibility, the minister knew his work was cut out. And if you look at the work that the ministry and the State Interest and Governance Authority has done, it is clear that they are really doing a massive cleanup and fixing a lot of the problems that these public enterprises are having. And most importantly, to create jobs for the young people of this country. So on that note, I would really like to thank the minister for that wonderful and insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take your questions We can take the first set, 5 questions. If you have a question, kindly raise your hand. The microphone will be brought to you. We can take 5, so I'll take the 3 here, 1 at the back. If there is any other person who has a question, we'll take it before we go to the Honorable Minister for his answers.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mr. Kujo, good morning. I have 2 questions for you.
Nana, please. I know you, but they may not please your name and media house.
My name is Nana Poku from Daily Satellite. Mr. Kujo, Honorable Kujo, some people have the opinion that why do we maintain or keep on employing CEOs who are not performing and taking far sums of salary and allowances when in fact they are not making any impact in the economy, because they feel that once you're not making profit, you must give way for somebody who's competent to come and take over. But still, some of them are there 5 years, 10 years, and they're still making losses. My second question, can we depoliticize the appointments of CEOs and board members to state organizations and enterprises? Because there's a school of thought that believes that because they have linkages and some affiliation to the appointing authorities, government of the day, even when they go wrong, they are not punished or they are treated with kiss glove. Can we, for instance, we have a Public Services Commission that appoints public officers to certain. Can we, as it were, depoliticize this thing so that people come on merit and with expertise so that they can be held properly accountable? Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. We'll take the...
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesben. The minister summing up said Friday there will be some table of state enterprises that are performing very well. I want to know if that table is brought out as it pertains in football. At the end of a particular season, the last 3 teams are relegated. Those state enterprises that will not be doing that very well, are they going to be relegated? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the 3rd question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Clifford Kufa, writes for the Ghanaian Times. I have 1 question with 2 follow-ups. I would want to know the status of our diversity implementation policy. Do we still have some companies still on diversity? And if we do, with the new focus of government, do we intend to still diversify the state interest in those organizations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take the 4th and the 5th.
Good morning. My name is Edward Akwa, Ghana News Agency. So one of the challenges affecting specified entities, especially those that are not commercial, is the lack of resources to execute their work. As a ministry, what are you doing for them? And secondly, there are proposals that you should review the allowances and entitlement of the CEOs of some or of state enterprises. Is something that you are going to consider? Thank you.
Excuse me, you were talking about subventions.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I am Nana Kwejiopong from TV Africa. Honorable, I just want to find out, the level of accountability and supervision is enormous. However, are there any other measures put in place to ensure sustainability of this supervision and accountability?
Okay, thank you. So we will go to Honorable Minister for his answers.
Thank you for your insightful questions. All the questions qualify for MBA, Masters in Business Administration questions. So, Nana Puku, why maintain CEOs making losses and still taking fast salaries? Why not fire them? I believe every Ghanaian is a fireman. When it comes to soccer, the coach must be fired for non-performance. This must be fired. So I understand. But then, interestingly, when you appoint somebody to a position as an investor or a shareholder or owner of a company, your interest is for profit or efficiency depending on the nature, especially the state. sometimes, let me cite example. You see a CEO reporting losses. And let me be business driven and give you typical example. I'll use ECG, which all of us know. ECG is reporting losses. The CEO is there. First year 1 loss, year 2 loss, year 3 loss, year 4 loss. And then Nana Poku says, the CEO is taking salary and reporting losses. Fire him. Okay. In fact, if Nana Poku understands that the CEO is reporting losses because the electricity tariff they are charging is low, then Nana Poku would tone down on. Are you getting my point? That for a company, ECG can be made to report profit next month. Easy. If we take the power tariff from the IPPs, the tariff they generate, we take the cost ECG incurs to distribute the power and incorporate transmission service charges as charged by GridCo to wheel the power from the power plants. And we take care of all ECG's costs. Okay? And ECG borrows money, we take care of the interest costs on the fund. And we say, if it were a private company, I look at all my purchase price.
Nansenya so suta to ba nim se osuto de awon enam nti me dofo pa aya na wa pa jacket bi na wo de abon ho ba me ken de se wate kasa ai na wo twa ma broni am outside nkomo etwegu entertainment industry na maboa na mde ni na ba besomo but na wo twi nti betwa ye hu ye de be fa Nigeria kakra wadi nche bi e course Rita Dominic wadi na meka emu nsem ni na mde ni na ba besomo so we de ye nche kra mo ma ye ntwa ye ho no ye koba nkomo ni nyina ye bedi. Me wa kwa basron kokwa abankomo so amaboni te se osumpa na mesum na na megusu but se bia wonhwe bi da na ye first time had yes entertainment industry nkomo e course nyina trend in social media o ne making headlines nyina enum kiremu bia wanze da anti ase ye fa waso eti wanti a enu nti na megina ha hyam na abekiremu na watwe mi nam ho na me copy eye interview bia actress Zandi Camel also ye influencer on eye kwakumenu ye wo aggressive show no so na emunsem. Oh, you over me. Now your face and Kazandi awari on a Kaninja worry sports presenter worry a koguye the moon some person betchim because be our 70 you know anything can happen. Now your face and case one of my becas and coffee being what is will be see one time ago wa bon tell my say in some man kaye in pomo de betuja. But for Kazandi dia betuja ni so sa worry o kono. Ono ankasa na etwe mu fakese we di ya wo ye trending na uhu o so no ye main financier ni nyina echi mposa anka enye ya wanka wo wedding ukori ezo so se wenye nije ba ko se wom Zandi nko kamenti o sa ware na okoi na almost 1.5 years so betumi akan empredo do ni kunu dai na semi de ne yaka no so oh na we de sanka ye empem asem na de na pese odi betu abese oguru ni mase na so se debi o se ni kunu kwa na obodi chiemi no outside ko fika se na Zandi why you say ubodi aye say na o expect sanka ni kunu wo bi okunu pa de se obe support so wa na ka so forget about them wo say ya na mepe no so esum no so ebody shemi ni be Zandi ni sembe bra betudwa but the otwem no ka ne sesi ani so sesi de we sue ni nyansa nkasa first na nko hia be me bia na nka ase opene bro so amanti na te se otua man okoto se bibi si hokora me ani merema dia she will ignore say ohia bi kro no wato amani kunu ne ade o se japade kra na adwi ni fie once te se on CS camp na te se wa ye japade mpo no wa crase akoma ne maame ese so berema hu ti bo se sese de ni ex husband ni training to see the ni ada ho ankasa so hu eyi onya oberema bi no so pena that's fine all right also no do obey any checks now so obe front what do picture betu social media akasa mi boy ni ana mi kunu ni de onye bida also because obesie but one him Yvonne Nelson aka o say gossip association unya de wo partner beto wo penalty say wo start ye hwehwem na say wo die me boy no ana say girl no work say na why say oni better na say relationship na say ware no egu nti onu so chema mama front mu relationship na wo social media ba ni me say ansem you other kind boys and girls in the warranty obekoso aye but izandi camera na wotwe a osanso di ni birthday and a photo shoot oye ne de ene se wani ese o ka kire Zandi says say there was wasakra once a single ladies yet say you are at liberty to do anything inti as a photo shoot concept no a naked floral shoot inti na just say as order hono mo je dan shatari en je dan hu so shatari bia na as flowers gugu ne so wa picture ne etwa gunti wan kasa obetumi ehu bi photo shoot ne den ko be bra be kasa but sister say dey also ye single no ankasa ede ne hu ntumi ntwe ne hwe. As I to ask the TV presenter Dolores Frimpong so aka delay or den say me abetu jotwema nyum to ni Keche Andrew on ne yere Joanna Aijan o say won do bia wo di na ma ne kon ado na ne kon ado so no so bepe moja munu ibi fresh blood ibi no de atwa so kakra wa onim say Andrew wenyi asen ne yere Joanna wenyi asen ne kakra na say de mo so wo ko show na say wo grace any occasion na just say sister yi ne kon da eyi ne kunu yi so na just say hey pressure upon pressure ja na yi na delay ko hu no chemu wondo na ye ne fedodo nti ono so say ne etidi obebo modern na wa pay young blood yi be fresh ones yi be na te say or the na check ne half but unim say delay de na nkofo ye rumors so on ye amrado ko out but won na nwa akasanya sa net na o kan say na nkofo say na ne sa de anka oni amrado yin cause I mafo keka nti wo keka mo manya ho keke but sister wa ba beka say oni amrado ni hwe nti delay sisi de o pe fresh blood ni be the nature so nti unim say we interested maybe you might shoot your shot ebefa. Sasa wale na nanu akwakoyi ni ka ewo Twitter wao ni say one don de on Nigeria phone na say yes see afiasi unu say sa asem na okan na Nigeria phone supporting na say other artists and so joining and say when you na work bojegu mu say it's about time I say na Ghana for yes support it say oba yen TV so radio so ni na de bia Nigeria phone na yebo but what chema do ni che Nigeria ho won krom hon ma se na ye wonnwum wo ha se nya se na wo Ghana funum it is about time mu yen sakai but ye show so say Nigeria phone na headline me kwa Ghana say we very good quality artists and semu fa won kan na nsemi na onim say na shata de abetudwa no chema we have to change things and all that ye ho ha ye say satawale sanso de post bi abetuma for chema ase oye inconsistent and now we say or china we say cause nsem no kan no say Ghana is a shame ni ade but dem amen kan to it na Akwa-Basam ne shata say please can we just respect Nigerians for their hard work and stop comparing our lazy lifestyle to theirs. What lazy? It's shame people think Nigerians will come hard at me but see they are the ones doing the streaming because they understand what talent means. Ghana music is a shame. One donation. Now, man for say shata. And na ya support wa say your fans no will be a media for crowd per one interview fans and they be hold you down. Na fe de na we say you support you streaming ti one don. SM for self say ye de na ye na be say ye bi. O de nka fra ye mpo na nka ye nka ho asem because album ye ba na ye jeje na fe de we say it's a shame na fan ne ko say man for chema. Satawale ya ye inconsistent and obeka say o cha obeka say nti awakwa ye say ne obeka bia man for ntan fan serious. Mokai eyenyum tufo a na wo fen FBS music group na wo din se me abetuja wo ye interview fufu bi kwa with Sir Roy na wo chema tama wo see so na say wo agedin na say wo nwuma hita bebia no wo bo show bi wo Nigeria na show no kwa wo koye no eyenyum tufo P Square Peter Empo na Nigeria fo numtufo no na wo pin show no kwa ma won na say that time na wo ye very big say wo nwum no wo tia hun say nkofo jam to wait na wo se wo wie show no FBS fo na esi wo se wo wie show no kwa mpo na wo ko hotel room na P Square so an twins wo patch on je wo ma access to one hotel room na wo ba no so FBS ye pese ye te se mo a te se munnwom te se beats ni nyina te se wo tia hu se is big nti mo da mo nkyira ye nkwan no se na when you share beka mo nkyira ye nkwan no mo show ye way na nka janka ye follow but and then wo hwa say Unkofabeka say a P square for one coin in Yard, and I watch him. Ghana has say, FBF said Ghana has a more supporting my own. Because much as in Nigeria for AJ Grammy, they are making it big with their whole Afrobeat thing now. As a sanka Ghana for your client to me, can come a book by now Kayaji Grammy. But more supported Nigeria food is also first was started was sample foreign songs and I say Ghana food beats yeah. And Nigeria for as a aqua yes say. We di and can into a chema Ghana for more support and moon support and ninty and now quiet as a new to funny be brave but fema I say Nigeria for take you over and just said yes about time a Ghana for more supporting my own. Now you to need back I says he said African woman is it as a num to walk or break her car. But back at the open social media or Instagram that's a follow now. Both and say Jim Bika cra na Jim na Jim kitwe ibio sister ya address na mafuchire ma ase ni tunuza ahihye body ni the investment akoma nkasa na woche ma beka na say body ni the eye gamma nkasa amanfo kasa fa ho ni ade but munkai so your bia warefo na ni kunu kra one of the session gym session and say ase we wie training ase wori kofie na ni kunu chema na muhuni na amanfo mukeka na na beka wotuya ba na efe o se ni nyina ye ne de ai odi a na waba beje nti eye doctor sani chema na ye ne se na body na tem na Ghana for kan pa se o kai na muhu say body ni de nti be no trespassing na o de social media na say o cause a Becca page na wo de ko read comments ni be na mafuche ma Becca say body ye gam ni ba wo chema nya te say surgery di be o say natural body o say it's a full workout na we nya say body ni say manfo exercise no say betimi ma we nya shape nti sister ma nya wa na bia ye hit gym na ye hwe na nya me be ye Dana Asamwa, I gospel musician Dana Asamwa Chilwa. Ono de so wo krom ha say na wo said de ni ato fem no say Ghana for ya mukeka kan kofu hu nsema se kokonsan kitin bi ne fan ne kusin ni say ntina oso no so ware obi ampo hu tizi hu mframa o obi arente mo be hu a ne say wa nyema wawo and Dana say o chema say yakopon ye na dum no ne sa to obi so na je say obi oren how no oren tete no abuse ni bi na say ono ankasa yakopon ka che ni so go ahead no worry now Morente hu dede onye pre-wedding shoot na je say wa akoye reception na be invite mu ne fan kosi morente hu hwe na mo beti ane say wanyema fa no ho afa ne ba nti yenji na sa dan na Asamwa asem yi so ne ye ntwan won ye ba nkoma wo ho amaboni ma beto aso amam.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Samson wakwa ba eba nkomo wo sama bonu nsema abesom wo sompa kasa na yetwa so ansem ni mu na wobaka ya eye Majid Michel actor Majid Michel zero sanso ye preacher o de nsemi betu ja twemo eye we di obonsam tawe ya ye ka ho asem Ghana for yebetumi legalize ya de na je say e de mfaso bebre but o twema say ansa na saban e de kwa adwindwim na opese wo legalize we de wo krom ha say ya e say wo di hihye bi to wo hihye niam bi ye anya sa de bia ukopaase ana se ukaso se de matumi anoma na de nsem bebre akoba na nsem yi no kirem a okakakosi se ono kra sometime ago no febi ni ade aso otwimu ni ade na say imagine but yes tanu etwem say de on say o preaching ni ade say o ye new bin akwa say Moisha de ni bi but Majid de no so he's preaching the gospel na Majid din say me radio interview with Assassin din say me Cote no say man de o ho ha o ti kokko okobia na Cote commission for one ban wo kirema interview no ye no ka about drugs and say what you hwehwe ho ene ne wo ba no so fine you can come in who's the Majid voice also mumbra Wose wo hwehwe mu hwehwe fie ho tutu nyama da ne na ne te se cars na wo hwehwe nyame ncha de we nya wi bi ana se drug bi anteja woso aho na wokoi but magi trema sanka eyi narcotics commission for ehu drug bi wo ho no man kanka ne cars nya ne nyanka wo be sisi cause ombeka se bi ne no or the transport weed ne drugs ya keka ka ho but magi trema some say okọ interview say na nkofo be bisa question presenter but me adanda ne amani na ebinu so fa na so reporting so no one reporting in some be ni nyina na akofa asem ya ba but abafo mu je di say Ghana is about time asem we magi John Dumelo akeka celebrities be akeka say it's about time I say legalize weed na just say yetumi twitwim kakra be say for medicinal purpose and say be aye nom ne sa akeke. Do you think say it's about time Ghana legalize weed ana? Pastor Davido Obiomi, our da Salvation Ministries and who Nigeria is a Nigerian preacher. No, this say we have to Trema. And to say wofu eto phone, say your iPhone, say your Android, say your deng Emma Wamba, cause say I'm Friday Obedu University. Ah, your chema say wo JHSO, baby we SSO. Say we feel say be any birthday we don kosi say den and then say we civilized so chirema ono akasa ne pastor Obiomi chema ono no ne ba kosi so Odu University wa mane use phone osi wo pese o kase o na in case of emergency obeye den and obeye den osi o de phone na kasa de mane to me use bi kakra eni kwa be ma supervision na say nkulo ya abai gbo say akola 10 years no kita iPhone 13 Pro Max na say or she train your pay no supervision esa na wo mo expose won to no bebre but so wo train na so do university na say na man phone there that time the person is matured enough I obetumi aka so we dey enya de papa men hwa ne ade na social media pressure ne find ko sinti pastor ni say mfa no so ndu university ama mo nto phone na say man use phone asem yo ne ya adwen na say we say na sende sa 21st century fo mfra ya wa be classes kwa no kita phone Akwaboa junior chirema nnwumtofo a wo bodo ho nnwuman wonim ze krom hade wetime nemi bebre onu ni kwabena ni jese modos bebre o chema sankrofo no den papa se wo beware o chema anse mia bebre mususu se woto odo ho nnwuman na odo na den ene fine ne kosin ni nti wo ye angel se mfumsu bia ni wo ho but one mu date na mu hu se sana wo kodo ada asem ze na wakoma mu ye den za na ze ebia bi kakra so wo hu na je se wonti kwa apa nti o chema sanse mi nyina na se nia amafo che se ene oto odo ho asem he's the best man to ever but also we are humans you cannot even say oto odo hu nyum na je se fault bi enu so se ni senti na etore bi akwa ye se wan ware hu ye den za Asamoah aka Baby Jet se men kan kire mu se onye musician, onye professional nyuntuni o se na mo be kan no. Also why hear songs of course on the castro abobonyum ibi ni ade ama afefa je say amanfo jam to wait ni ade. But also no se na ye nyuntufo sorry ahomate be say 5 am na wo kwotena studio se wo record o wo fine for ko perform me wo ye say onye bi ono dey as a footballer, professional footballer je say we je say wa sanso be Black Stars captain ni na ni ade. Also, there is a corner jogging, no could be general, exercise, but on to me identify who's a professional a singer. Of course, also, woman a been in Bibehuna. No one hits studio, no, I call be big a cancer manful as Samuel Janse on your numtini. Wa one who said now we treat the stone boy the one finding who do. Eh, yaman for pressure, modia ma papa just a mirror crowd woman. Stone boy na your honey who say we posty some ADB what you say cryptocurrency investment company bell for CD coin NFT. Now chema a man for say launch here was starting one media. Man for one scan money ade. Na man for say hey enya wana men's gold here collapse wana obase uka se manfo nkoto gold bi na fa but men's gold asemi de Ghana for ye nyina yenim ze na ekosify ama manfo ka se mo anwo endorse nyina de se besi na okoso mo echi ocha me kwa menum mo eyi Jocelyn Duma Stone Boy Ikuru ya celebrities na wodoso Kume guitar no nyina wo bo wondin se wonya wo endorse besi na won fa wo hu ndie na Stonebwoy sa asem wakoba na say go for ahwe won ska at least enye te say mpo obetumi assign deal na this endorsement deals dey eba but amafu asem na obede beto a post no make you Twitter about the CD coin one ka say ambassadorial deal and I say fine but me ankasa pressure ne banama photo to man na me call post na say kwhwe say ne but making kind CD coin reply be our mind we so Stonebwoy enye say deal and I say onu ankasa na wantua ne kana say bibi so onu ankasa ohwe won dwumadi say da bo amanfo no ni senti no no so say say wa endorse but wantua ne ske bi asem ne say no kware enye no kware media meaning but obi ba kwado na no too much say Stonebwoy so reply ni mu odin broadcaster Bridget Otu Bridget Chema Stonebwoy say nipa ho don eniwu we are being insensitive say no brofo no chema ose nipa wu won ska kokodi nam ho na ho amache say wonye ska ya manfo broken heart say ubisa boy class wo pesa say ni ska koloke wo men's go ni na yen kan wiye na manfo ewu na o sansa we jan say CD coin na fine ekosi na Stonebwoy say we are being biased I said nhihwani bi wo ho asem to me nkasa ono no kum krof ade ono na head company na say den te say na akakwa so endorse wonti besi na mudu nkrofu wu be aka be hye ne debi na mo ankra ati ni bebi na be gina kasa Stonebwoy na ye blaming no dey say be atuja na ochema bejito asem baya Tobo asakakra asem banya abutare ase bia na ase wa rashi na wo ase wo kwa kotin bi ni ade nti Stonebwoy say Bridget Otu Tobo asana read about cryptocurrency and esa NFT ya be ya tese mafu cash out na wonnim hu nchemu na pese ase wo bese ogumani ma ase na wo call me out ni ade ba mafu chema Stonebwoy sa move na we making it wrong me to na ade na nkasa ase mafu asem ni entwan yen kan wie na kwa fast for fraba but sa CD nsem ye they are yet to launch na mafu chemu kwa won ma won license yen ti se mo amodi mo re se mo bese mo rush se mo kwa de mo ska ba akoshe won wo se mo nya abutare kakra na onim say Sister Deborah I need new boyfriend awenya David wa chema boy ni de onya ne ho abotare pa because at the time man anka no why na agin so on into relationship because heartbreak one him say MDK nsemi nya ni silent na de ni ada ho pa boy oka so start so chasing no the friendship na starting onya ne ho abotare pa na say flowers are not sending ni ade and sample no be accepting proposal so be any girlfriend o man promise ring ba could be diamond one bia say ayas otashe na asemi de ba ina ye ni eja ma sister there be say ono so wanya obi anu so ne tina cause eyefe wa won say ni boyfriend ni say take tall dark chocolate free na say sister de be ne nam ni ade na David o ni baby mama na ye friend ni Queen Fakadi oni so no age atum so ye sex worker Queen Fakadi record Snapchat o say we je din akasa na watchia na wa call out sister Debbie o chema David on ne woba my on woba girl fefefe na hu sister Debbie afede on be fie kra as until na ni hwe won ne identity ono so akọ ne violence ankasa na Snapchat no posti David and sister Debbie picture no throw it go so say nice couple. Well, in other news, you all should call David and the boy number 2 and they mean to me and tell him to come home now cause his daughter and I need him at home. Second one answer how no so call second post and no say when we were busy giving birth you were busy thinking Uncle Obama shared where your sister Debbie no now madam the time has come give birth let's see or you need artificial insemination where the sister won't say you slow now me won obi anya asema na ode ne ba ona waka to so to me one as it's about time as a unu obi kwa one ne nko direct na nko through kindness na best as a opese shade ni so nwo ba ona na ban wo sa keke Queen Fakadi amafo chema wa anya ade kwa cause wa wu obia de unze mo sheda anyesa but David Queen Fakadi so show so de esrewa wa ko she sister Debbie wo kakra ya ne mo na ko hu ni bi kakra na watwi bia ye kwa ibin ba na watwi de eli ase over me sana wo chirim na na grada se de so fe na grada be fe ne Evangelist Patricia Odro Grant nzo kan se de evangelist ba unu zo say evangelist ani mpo ne cheda nye asem na ira bekan na grada no se sa abosomsom ne akom no wajan se de odi ne ni a kire prophetic what was sorry je say members a shemu ma we se kwani bi aka we chi o members na shemu ma na mafo say members who konya won here na wo high won be ne de minim ene de mintumi nchirem se mi gina ha de mintumi nchirem na ne atwa manfo nsurum kura ne se evangelist was show do granting video ya betu da hun say asenkofo wo na aso ho na oye deliverance bi na ode ne sa to won so na hiba bana aso deliver won na wa aka me hu say bibi na obi wo ho na ase backing vocalist ase ne small pastors na aka prophetess ko na wa aka me hu say bibi wo ha ese me deliver na say agrada why sika gari wa ko sika gari a wo say so de wani a kire ye ministry ya wo pese obebenye sika wo ba manfo onu ano so ye born again. Wow, ye born again yakupon fere na me ni wo eni you and I were not there. Is it the me be judging so ye fake and I say we be a wa hye na person ye nyama bi no person bu nkofo so. They say the na be ye na say u je di say nyame na afre na betumi akwa asori ni bi. But me in situation na akwa say touch not my anointed obeka say obeka na nim tie yakupon de punishment bi abron say the ye ma ye nka hwe. Ye di eni na ehwe say ye fake o say your original one na yakopon afen na ye ma ne mmereka ka say na beko bia ye di eni di echi ebe hu ne ba akosi also my betum say ye afkosia v fashion blogger or worry ye kwame A+ say ye ne papa Edward Kwe wa ka baby na asem di areho sempa je say sister ya areho a je say also ne ye ne yaw no kra ne so unu say akosia oni krom ha say na ne papa so akoye Muslim inti wo je say won to me am bad down pa am be hwe ne papa echi mama na nka ne last word je say pay ne last respect say de ne papa ne wo esie no o chema asem ne de aye ne yaw pa koso no am pa say no ne papa ti ne wedi ko no an so ni sada don come kwame A+ je na hwe me be use na protecting na ne papa nso akoka baby but unim say akwantu mu nsem odi ne be fi ho no ma bedu hampo ne ne papa ne kwanwo esie say dia akosia vi papa nse no do betu dwa no chema ne papa wa aka baby si vi ye ma wo shedding na sana ma be sorry so je zen komo ho midi bebe wie wedding ba ko a eye na watwi a training an se na impress gift be kan training na nka se ni mu odin ye Rita Dominic ni wedding no ni eye Nigeria ni eye media mogul ye friend eye Fidelis Anosike se me anka ni on se Nigeria di to bia ntumi mbo wedding bia wo de share so no kbe eseboni na nse okache say traditional one mo koye wo Imo State eye Rita ni Kroma Kasana culture be what dressing na I say wash some silver we say waist is not say waist na ye kete na one coral BCB fe gu ne komu na egu na sen it was so pretty they say no why ye fan kasa na mfuche ma yakopon bre ne mere power sister nkopeprim hu wa won se yakopon bre mu 46 year Rita Dominic yakopon ache na nyonya ma say ware ne fe ni kunu seasons late 50s or baby na where they need ye fan kasa na celebrities amanfo turn up for what? Leader force the edin in the copy more Nigeria to say on Nagasa posti Instagram chema Rita chema o say my Nigeria my Ghana friend because one ba word in the parents into no try tickets and in Nigeria na celebrities in the bebre na dressing no and then asem no one in Nigeria for ba ashobe na so what can you say the ashobe o say then no wo twa ntoma na say won na wan so but say bride and groom no na emerald and Tamabi na wode pami na tese celebrities ni se wonyina wo slay ini edoni uche jumbo ni tese Messi Ekeni tese nkofo no bebre do so baba ma me bobbo nkofo a wokodu wo mani copy wedding asese na meka ini edo wo hobi uche jumbo no wo ho Joke Silva Lydia Force in Ghana ni actress Lydia no wo hobi Mimi Linda Yina Messi Eke wo hobi onyini Alex Vivian Chidera or Kafo just said didn't mean to me bobo bebre kwa na won nyina slay ni de na enda famo but manfo chema eye ini edo ni dressing de na ye fan kasa one who said de ye fan kasa na yenka bride na nkasa na bride na nkasa Rita Dominic no o se say no ho be say bien for the traditional one wedding white and no be ye ene de e fridge mereba na manfo chema traditional one pono manje ajam hu say na white wedding ni de ene peni be hwe yenso say wo ha de na ye wo ha wedding se ne be kobi e mu nsam ni na ne be echi ni ada bebrem na wo twi nso amabroni asa na mekram no onum se nkoma twegu ne jamede ni na ba besom stone boy dia se ma tutu bia man manfo muma pressure on social media ene ye zadi camel di nso no se de se mebira betu ya ba ni kunu kaninja hon but manfo chi ma se say di aju bro ye zandi mu nka ho asem bi kaninja no nso se na se on se dan kasa mu ja mani na enka se na eti na wotwi da ye ni nso mi di echi nkomo bi ebekọ so entertainment industry na meboabo ne nyina no na dasene mde abasum ti amabroni makram